following is a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.
12 drivers, 10 races, 1 champion. Tapped into oblivion on the last lap. Forced right in a left turn only world. Flying without wings and crash landing yards from victory. This is what haunts you at Talladega. For the man out front, it's the last major obstacle standing between himself and history. 4 lanes of bumper-to-bumper traffic, hitting 200 miles an hour can exhaust your talent in a hurry. But keep enough in the tank, and you can steal a memory you won't mind reliving. Then again, maybe not.
The race most likely to be a championship changer brings the chase for the Sprint Cup to the biggest, baddest track in NASCAR, the Talladega Superspeedway. From its very beginnings 40 years ago, right through today, this track has stood apart from the others. First for speeds drivers had never raced at before, and now for hold-your-breath pack racing today's cars and rules create. The most thrilling finishes in the sport's history and the biggest upsets in NASCAR have all come on these high banks. What will today bring? For whom will Talladega be a scary trick? And for whom will it be a champagne-flavored treat?
T-minus 10, 9, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition.
ESPN welcomes you to NASCAR Countdown for race number 7 in the chase for the Sprint Cup, 500 miles at the Talladega Superspeedway in Talladega, Alabama. When the 10-race chase began, this race was the one all the drivers pointed to as the wild card, the day anything could happen. And due to an off-season schedule shuffle, it's even closer to the end of the championship. For the drivers, that means they've had to wait 3 weeks longer to see where they stand after the race Mark Martin called the lottery. Here's how they stand going into the race. Jimmy Johnson leading Mark Martin by 118 points and Jeff Gordon by 150, a sizable chunk by NASCAR standards. With qualifying rained out yesterday, this race starts by points, so those 12 start at the front of the pack. But look at the column on the right, where those drivers finished in the April race here. The top 3 all finished 30th or worse because they got caught up in one of the big wrecks that can happen so quickly at Talladega. If it happens to Johnson again and one of the others sneaks through with a clean race, the whole championship picture could change. Right by the start-finish line is where you'll find our ESPN pit studio, where drivers' introductions are set to begin. We're smelling the smell of about 1,000 campfires from overnight. And inside, get ready to see just how this day unfolds. Alan Bestwick, Rusty Wallace, Brad Daugherty, and Ray Evernham, welcome to Talladega. From the perspectives of driver, fan, crew chief, if you would please, what's a Talladega race like?
Alan, for me personally, it was just very, very agonizing. I agonized all night long and even the week before about this particular race, you know. It's not that I'm coming in this race scared, but I'm real concerned. I'm real concerned that I'm going to get in a wreck and I'm going to lose a lot of points. And what I worked for all year long is to be out the window. A guy like Jimmy Johnson, who's leading the standings right now, he's got to be agonizing and thinking about that. I'll tell you one thing. This was a race that I just couldn't wait to get out of. I wanted to get over.
You know what it is for the fans, it's the multiple pack racing. And what you'll see throughout the day, you know, a lot of places we go, you may see the Hendrick cars check out or the Roush cars check out. But here, as the race cycles through, you could be racing with anyone. Not only just racing with anyone, but 3 and 4 and sometimes 5 wide. It makes it exciting all day long. It's never let up. And when there is a caution, a lot of times the fans get a chance to sit down and take a breath because these cats are getting after it at 200 miles an hour all day long.
Well, as a crew chief, I never got that excited, I can tell you that. This is a place that it's like to come here, but not so much because it takes control away, and control is what a crew chief likes. Now, the things you can control, fuel, tire, strategy. So there is a little bit of fun for a crew chief, but not having control of that big wreck or where your driver's at on the racetrack, crew chiefs don't like those things. But not as exciting as Brad, but still exciting.
Now, about 90 minutes ago at the mandatory meeting for drivers and crew chiefs with NASCAR officials, those officials injected a whole new element into this day.
All the way through turns 1 and 2, all the way through turns 3 and 4. You will not be allowed to push someone, to bump draft them, or to shove them through the turns. You are in control of your actions on the track with your throttle, wheel, and brakes. Be smart and responsible with all 3 of these items in your race car. You know the cause and effect of each when you don't. Pushing the car or hooking up with a car through any part of the turns will be judged as aggressive driving through the entire race, all 188 laps. Keep some spacing off the car in front of you through the turns through the entire length of the race. Is there any questions?
And there were questions that several drivers asked through the course of that meeting. For a refresher, bump drafting, when one car in the slipstream, the aerodynamic draft, bumps the car in front of them, helps them both go a little bit faster through the air, maybe make some passes. Injecting what you just heard into this race, your reaction is what?
As a driver, I'm a little bit confused. I really am. I'm going into this thing. I've been bump drafting a certain way all year long, Daytona, Talladega, all that. And now, this particular event, an hour before the race, I'm being told that I can't do it that way no more. So right now, I'm going to rely on my crew chief. I'm going to be talking to my spotter. Hey, man, am I bump drafting the wrong way? Am I bump drafting too late coming off the corner? I've been told I can't do it in the corners. But, guys, I'm a little concerned about this. This is awful late in the game to be coming up with a new rule.
And my concern, my question would be consistency. You know, this is a 2.5 mile, 2.6 mile super speedway. The cars are going fast. How are we going to enforce this rule consistently? I applaud NASCAR for looking at safety. They are charged with safety first, but how will this rule be enforced consistently across 43 cars going almost 200 miles an hour?
I don't like it. I think when you come to race Talladega, it's already chaotic enough, all right? And I think the drivers need to police themselves. I think they're very capable of doing that. When you put these guys in these race cars at 200 miles an hour, trying to figure it out 3, 4, and 5 wide in the corners, it's going to be too difficult, and we're going to see some guys penalized for it. And I don't think it's a good rule right now.
We're going to have to see how it plays out over the course of 500 miles today. Now, something always lurking at Talladega is the big wreck. It certainly would be in the mind of Jimmy Johnson as he gets ready to go. Decided to have a little fun with numbers and took the last 5 years worth of Talladega races and how many times the top guys in points had been in the big wreck.
Wow, look at that. My goodness.
Alan, you're getting out of control with these numbers.
Well, you know, Jimmy Johnson's been in the big wreck the most. Man. Jeff Gordon's been in the big wreck the least in the last 5 years worth of Talladega races.
Alan, you're telling me that, yeah, Jimmy Johnson has wrecked 63% of the time. Is that what you're telling me?
In the last 5 years worth of Talladega races, that's what I'm telling you.
Jeff
wow.
Now, all right, if you're in Vegas and you got an ace and they're telling you there's a 63% chance a 10's going to come up, are you betting?
Oh, yeah,
or not?
I'm betting.
All right,
I'm
so Jimmy Johnson
He's
is
wrecking
little
it, looks
word.
like. Jimmy Johnson's out the door.
I'm hearing right now that 7 out of 11 times he's wrecked here.
Yeah.
Wow, and he's leading the points. I bet that's a nervous dude.
Woo.
Jimmy starts on the pole today. Let's find out how he's going to approach the race. Shannon Spakes with him.
And Alan, we'll keep those stats between you and us. We won't tell anyone else, especially Jimmy Johnson standing right here. Jimmy, we just listened in on the drivers' meeting. We heard what Mike Helton had to say. Some of the rules changes. They're going to be watching you guys very closely, especially in the turns. What's your reaction to what they told you in the driver meeting?
You know, in some ways we knew it was coming based on what they said during practice. I think we all still are curious how it's going to be enforced, and there's obviously 2 parts to it, the driver up front and the car behind. In some cases in practice, like where the 55 and I got together, I didn't touch the brake, so I couldn't get away from him. So the biggest concern I have right now is if somebody does get to you and pushes you and they hold both people responsible, how can I control it when I'm not touching the brake and a guy's pushing me? I'd say every other car I worked with, though, I had to drag the brakes. So there's a lot of gray areas here that NASCAR is going to have to deal with. I know they don't want to be in this position. We don't want to be in this position, but we've got a problem with these big wrecks and cars getting in the grandstands and that kind of thing. So, and we'll just see what happens. We're all going to learn as we go here, and all I hope for is consistency from NASCAR's behalf from start to finish of the race, and we'll take it from there.
We saw a big wreck in April. After that race, you said, quote, "It sucks racing here." Tell me, how mentally exhausting has this weekend been, knowing that there are points on the line now?
I think I've worried about it for so long that I'm out of worrying, to be honest with you. I feel like I've got good mindset. I've got a great starting position, and we'll see what that can do for us at the start of the race. And it's really time to race. And again, I said I've worried so much about this. I just want to strap in and go and get this Lowe's and Paul out there and give everybody at Store 2465 a good show today. You know, we're excited for things. Regardless of what happens here today, I know that we can race for the championship leaving here if things did go totally wrong for us. But I feel that things are going to go really well for us. We've got a great car, and we'll see what happens.
That's one positive Jimmy Johnson, and he will lead the field to green here at Talladega today. Alan?
Okay, Shannon, thanks. When NASCAR Countdown continues, the story of a father-daughter trip to the races that took a turn no one expected.
I'm just lucky. I'm lucky to be alive. I mean, it was bad, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
Plus, what's it like watching the one you love race at 200 miles per hour and riding the highs and lows of the ultra-competitive world of racing?
Just when you love someone and they're succeeding, you know what they feel, and you want that for them.
Those stories plus much more from the grid when NASCAR Countdown returns to Talladega.
NASCAR Countdown on ABC, brought to you by Dickies. Tune in to the Dickies 500 next weekend. Dickies, wear with purpose.
It's a big weekend for Dale Earnhardt Jr. His sponsor also sponsors the race. Jr. hosted the Amp Energy 500 concert last night with the Zach Brown Band.
I want to have a toast with you guys. Everybody got some amp. Yeah, I'm leaving GA. And if it weren't for tequila, pretty senoritas, I have no reason to stay.
Toe's a big #1 single for the Zach Brown Band, and Talladega's always been big for Jr. It's a place where he's won 5 times. The last of them this finish in 2004. Elliott Sadler will be the one in the background going over on his lid. He was fine, by the way. That was 2004. Jr. was second here in April, and he starts 24th today, Jamie Little.
Well, when you come to Talladega, it's always an exciting weekend for Dale Jr. fans because there's a lot of them in the stands, and we just saw you talking to some of the fans last night, but you're actually doing something special for all those fans today. What is it, Dale?
Well, we have 100,000 fans that signed on to ampenergy.com to be either on the race car, which has about 80,000 names, or the pit wall banner, which is another 20,000. So it's a pretty good program that incorporates the fans into what we're doing, our preparation and involvement in the weekend, and it's a lot of fun. They get pretty excited about it.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool paint scheme if people can see it up close. Now, on Friday, you announced that your interim crew chief, Lance McGrew, is now your permanent crew chief for next year as well. How can that help the way you guys run today and forward?
Well, now it's Lance's job to get the team ready for the next season. So he knows it's his job, and everybody can sort of, get together and support him and get behind him as we go forward. And I think it's a really positive thing. It's been great getting to know Lance and working with Lance, and I look forward to next season. I really do. I think the team and everyone believes in each other, and me and Lance believe in each other. That's what's most important.
Well, Dale Jr., I'm sure you're going to give us a lot of good insight today. You'll be talking with Dale Jarrett as our in-race reporter. Alan?
Okay, Jamie, thanks. And again, Jr. lining up 24th on the grid after qualifying was rained out. And certainly the Earnhardt families enjoyed many happy days at Talladega. Dale Sr. and Dale Jr. hold 2 of the top 3 spots on the all-time Talladega win list. A victory today for Jr. would tie him with Jeff Gordon for second on that list. A little over 90 minutes ago, 18-year-old Blake Bobbitt, having met Carl Edwards inside his transporter, then joined the competitors as they went into the mandatory pre-race meeting with NASCAR officials. Among the thousands of people here today, there's good reason why we point her out to you. When the drivers buckle into a race car to compete in an event, there's a certain risk that's assumed. But fans walking through the grandstands, even though there's fine print on the back of their ticket, never expect to be in harm's way. That's just where Blake Bobbitt and her father Terry found themselves the last race here at Talladega back in April. It was a very interesting finish that resulted in a very unfortunate 6-month period for her.
We roll in here at 4 a.m. Breakfast gets started. We have a pretty good rush from there to about 8, then we start getting prepared for lunch. We wind down about 8 o'clock at night. 7 days a week. Blake and I have been trying to get over to Talladega for at least the past 3 years. This time I promised her if I needed to, I would close the store or whatever it took, that we were going to Talladega this past April race.
I was really excited about the race because me and my dad don't get to do much stuff together. This is where me and my dad were sitting.
On the last restart, I asked Blake if she wanted to move up to the grandstands to watch the last few laps, and she said, "Oh, Dad, we'll just stay here."
And I was excited about the last lap because it was a really close race and everybody was standing up.
He's all over you here, just you and him. Can Keselowski try to win it?
I don't know. I don't think he can step out until he waits till the last second and picks up.
Look at that side. Is Edwards going? Oh, no! He turns him.
My daddy pointed. He pointed over there and there was smoke coming at us.
No!
I think I stood up here and I was trying to look at it and see what was going on, and then that's all I remember.
Oh, and that destroyed the front end of Newman's car. No! Edwards will not make it to the flag.
I remember grabbing her and going down with her. I called her name, and she wasn't responding at that time. I kept calling her name, and she finally just screamed out. She kept asking us and asking the doctors if she was dying while she was at the track. She had her crushed left jaw and about 6 or 7 teeth that was on the bottom that was knocked out.
I was in the emergency room, and my mama, I told her to take a picture of me because I wanted to see what I was looking like, because every time somebody would walk in the room, they was just the shock on their face, the way they looked, I just knew, and I felt like I looked horrible. I had a mirror by my bed, and I would look at myself, and I would just sit there and cry, just looking at my reflection.
For her 18th birthday, her mouth was wired too. Graduation, her mouth was still wired too.
Now they have to re-break my jaw, and I just got braces. I'm nervous about it because I've heard that bone grafts can be really bad, but I mean, it hurt, my jaw hurts a lot, and I think if it's gonna make it better, I mean, I'm just ready to get it over with, really. And I mean, just be back to new.
She's a tough girl, and she hasn't shied away from anything, any activity. If anything, she wanted to step up and go do more. She's 2 days a week in school. She helps me here at the store. She's on the go, 24/7.
I'm just lucky. I'm lucky to be alive. I mean, it was bad, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
I always knew there was a possibility that someone could get hurt at a race in the stands. You just look at every accident and say, hey, okay, how do we improve from here?
Some people ask, why am I going back? And I'm crazy for going back. But I feel, I mean, it's going to be safe. I think everybody will be safe.
Blake and Terry Bobbitt are here today as the guests of Talladega Superspeedway, and certainly great to see them at the racetrack after that frightening incident 6 months ago. Now, since that accident, the safety fences separating the track from the front stretch grandstand have all been strengthened and raised. You see the old fence that's not in front of grandstand, and now the new fencing that's gone from 14 to 22 feet in height. It also curves back out over the racetrack more than the previous fencing. In addition, NASCAR's modified the race cars slightly, changing the opening in the carburetor restrictor plate you see being fitted to the 13 car earlier in the weekend there from what it was for that April race. For more on that and how it affects the cars, let's go to our Craftsman Tech Garage and say hello to Tim Brewer. Tim?
Thanks, Alan. The restrictor plate sits right underneath the carburetor. Every race we run all year long, we run with an open plenum, but these engines make about 880 horsepower. But NASCAR, they implemented this restrictor plate. What that does is restricts airflow and fuel. You can also control the speed of the cars. But when you put the plate on there and the spacer, once you go down to the area of the bottom of the restrictor plate, you have a lot of reversion in this area, meaning air coming back up through. But after the crash here, after the race in the first of the year, they decided to come back with a 64th less. That's about the thickness of my fingernail with a smaller plate. There being, they control that speed, slow the cars down, hoping to keep it out of the catch fencing, making it safer for the fans as well as the drivers. Alan?
All right, Tim, thank you. So the carburetor restrictor plate a little bit smaller here today. We've heard how the smaller plate will affect the cars, slowing it down. How will it affect the racing? We'll see.
I don't think it's going to affect the racing whatsoever. I mean, the cars are still going to be bunched up. They're going to be bumper to bumper. They're going to be drafting down the front straightaway, touching each other. But I really think that the main reason they've done this is to keep these speeds down. You need to keep these speeds about between 190, 195 range, so the roof flap, yeah, that's right, the roof flap stays effective. If these cars get too fat, that roof flap will not keep the car on the ground, and that's one of the main reasons NASCAR's done this. They're always thinking about safety and how to keep these cars on the track and in control.
Now, something we saw at the end of the April race that is something kind of unique to restrictor plate racing. Two cars, it's unique in the last couple of years. Two cars, look at the two cars on the top side of the racetrack drafting by an entire pack of cars. That's not something we saw in the past. I know whether that'll be legal today or not is up for debate now, but why is that a phenomenon with this car we hadn't seen in the past?
Well, two cars, it comes down to drag and horsepower, resistance, lack of drag. When you put that other car right up against that first one, you've got those two engines running in unison, more horsepower and less drag because that air goes over. Now, why this new car seems to be a little bit better with just two cars? Don't know. I have heard drivers say that they believe that it would be better with three cars. The reason they don't do it with three or four is because they can't see through them, and it's technique. You've got to stay bumper to bumper. But again, we might not see that today.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting phenomenon. If you were at practice the other day watching these race cars, you saw Denny Hamlin, who, by the way, may be the fastest car at the racetrack.
Yeah.
He would hook up with another race car, and they would pull the entire field. The old race car, when you would run up on another competitor, it was almost like a buffer there. It was hard to get bumper to bumper. But with this race car, two cars together can absolutely outrun the field. It'll be interesting to watch throughout the day.
Carl Edwards getting ready to go back at it at Talladega today. Vince Welch is with him now. Vince?
Well, Carl was certainly a highlight, one of those that's dominated the reel since this race here in April. And Carl, after that accident last April, you were pretty outspoken about safety issues regarding racing here. How has your perspective changed, if it has at all, since then?
Well, it hasn't really changed. I mean, the problem is that we've got all these fans that really enjoy this type of racing, so we're going to do it. And I think that that NASCAR, it's a basic question: are we going to race this way or aren't we? And since we are, NASCAR is doing everything they can to make it as safe as possible. I mean, that piece you guys just did on Blake Bobbitt, I think that was great. She's amazing. She's strong, and we're very fortunate that things turn out as well as they have for her. But NASCAR is doing everything they can to keep those kind of things from happening. I think the fence, anything they can do with that fence to keep the fans and the vehicles separated is good. They've worked on that. I think keeping the speeds down with the restrictor plates might keep the cars from getting airborne, but it's going to also make us, run in a tighter pack, and we'll probably have as good or better chance of wrecking. So what they said today, though, in the meeting, trying to keep people from pushing one another, I think if it results in less cars bumping into one another, that's going to be good. I just think it's going to be really hard to police. From a driver's perspective, is that too much to ask of you guys a couple of hours before the race? No, it's not too much to ask. I mean, we're all responsible for our front bumpers. We can keep from running into one another. The hard part's going to be competitively at the end of the race. Juan Montoya brought up some good questions in the meeting, and how, if two guys, everybody's going to fudge a little bit. People are going to try to find the limits, and hopefully the penalties are handed out, and hopefully they're not too severe, but severe enough for folks to believe in not trying too hard, not pushing too much. It's going to be a little bit tough out there as a driver, though, to decide how aggressive you want to be.
Interesting. Thank you, Carl. Let's go to Dave Burns.
And Vince, Brad Keselowski, of course, was part of that two-car train and ended up being a victory for him here the last time we raced here. Brad, based on what you heard this morning from NASCAR, will you race this race any differently?
Well, I think you have to, or you're going to get penalized. It's really interesting. It's a unique box that we've been put in with the cars. It's going to make it really hard on both the drivers and NASCAR on, trying to figure out what's right and what's not right. But it's really going to change a lot of things. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I really have a lot of respect for NASCAR and trying to increase the safety. Obviously, the piece we just saw about Blake, we can't have that. We can't have fans getting hurt. But at the same side, we talk about Talladega and how it's really a game of luck. But when we were able to draft like that, I didn't feel like it was luck. I felt like that was, that's raw skill to be able to do that. Carl did a great job of driving his car, and I did a good job of pushing him. And there's only a handful of drivers that know how to do that. So it put skill back into the game. and by not being able to bump draft, you're taking driver talent back out of it. So that's a little frustrating, but I understand both sides of it, and we'll try to make the best of it with the Mitsubishi Chevrolet.
Great. Thanks, Brad. Good luck today. Alan?
Keselowski starting 36th here at Talladega. Will it be Brad or some other long shot pulling off a Talladega upset? Or will it be one of the 12 chase for the Cup drivers whipping the field at the world's fastest speedway? Talladega was already one of NASCAR's wildest infield scenes. Adding Halloween to the mix this weekend did nothing to slow things down.
Oh, man. Oh, Scooby-Doo! Those meddling kids.
Wizard of Oz.
We'll see the wizard
going on.
Talladega, baby. Oh, look at that.
Carl playing Jared.
It's a muscle
Jared
suit like
Carl.
you got a muscle suit
That's
like
exactly
that.
right, like the one Carl's got on.
500 miles of hold your breath white knuckle stock car racing, folks. This is Talladega.
This is definitely a turning point for these guys right here. All these chasers involved.
Your teammates there in the 99 took you guys out. Go low, go low, go low. Come on, stand it, stand it.
My fault. I feel bad that took my teammates out.
Sam, riding around dead last from here on out. There's only like 5 cars left. Can't we at least try to go for the win? No, you have no idea how lucky we are.
Well, Carl Edwards hung around in the back of the pack to avoid trouble all race last year, then caused the big wreck on his charge through the pack near the end, a wreck that claimed a whole lot of chasers. Dale Jarrett and Andy Petrie join us now from the broadcast booth where they're getting ready to call the race to talk about a couple of strategies, charging and hanging back. Why charge? Why wait?
I can tell you why to charge. It's a race, Alan. You want to keep your car up front. I mean, that's the object. To get your car up front, you build a fast race car, you have a fast pit crew, you do all these things to get your car up front. And if you're not up front, you're trying to figure out what it's going to take to get you up there, and you're making adjustments. And, you know, that's what you want to see. It's a race. You want to see your car up front, man.
It's a 500-mile race. It's 188 long laps here today. The only one that matters is that very last one. That's the only time they throw the checkered flag. So you have to be there if you're going to have an opportunity to do that. So you can apply a couple of different strategies here. Hanging back is one of those. I've done it. I've been able to win from it. It's not the thing for everyone out there. But the biggest thing you have to do, if you're going to employ that strategy, check your ego before you get in that race car, because you need to just put that aside. You have to do it. You have to do it all day long. Carl Edwards tried it last year, went a little too soon and a little too aggressively. Jimmy Johnson, I've talked to him about that this week. I think he's going to employ some of that, but I think the new plate and this driver's meeting they just got finished with may make him look at things a little bit differently here today. But the main thing is you want to be going forward in the last 10 laps of the race. That's what counts.
A lot of the picture changed about an hour and a half ago, didn't it? Hey, Andy, how come DJ's got the Halloween tie and you don't?
I don't know. I guess I wasn't on the list. I don't know.
All right, gentlemen. Talk to you in just a little bit. Thanks. Let's talk about how Jimmy Johnson might approach this race. We heard from Jimmy earlier. You heard Andy and DJ's thoughts on that. Jimmy going to charge and try and stay up front, or is he going to hang back?
All I can tell you what I would do. If I was Jimmy, I would be charging. I would keep that car up front all the time, guys. He's starting on the front row. I would not want to go all the way back to the back of the pack and have to figure out how to go all the way back to the front of that pack. Now, with the new rules where you can't bump draft, it's going to be harder. If I was Johnson, I'd drive that baby to the front, take my chances, try to keep it up there.
Well, you know, I heard a lot of apprehension in Jimmy Johnson's voice in that interview, and there's reason why. Simply because nowhere is safe on this racetrack at any time. And we see here Jimmy Johnson, a big piece of rubber comes off, whops him in the front end as he's going along, minding his own business, kind of back towards the mid-pack. Here he is again. There's a big wreck right in front of him. He goes high, big cloud of smoke, and he just barely misses getting into that wreck. And then we see him on the last laps coming down through here. He gets a little bit of a touch right here to Greg Biffle. You see Kenseth getting all torn up. Look at Jimmy Johnson right here. He's right there behind the cat car, whap, which gets hit by Reed Sorensen, and he just misses all this. This guy was so lucky. And then at the end of the deal, he's right behind Carl Edwards in that whole group and just misses that. So you've got to be lucky.
I agree. You've got to be lucky. Rusty, I'm not so sure he's going to listen to you in the highlights at the beginning. You're going like that. You know, the bottom line is, you're right. There is no place that's safe on this racetrack. So all they can do is be as prepared as they can be to, if they get in that big wreck, to get that car out back on the racetrack without losing positions or points. That's all you can do is be prepared, because you cannot stay out of it.
Alan, I cannot believe how lucky Jimmy Johnson was.
That's incredible.
This guy wrecked 4 times and didn't hit anything.
Didn't wreck. Yeah.
He made it through there. I mean, he's going to be on eggshells because of all this stuff. He knows what can happen out there.
Yeah, he does.
And by the way, that was not one of the ones that factored into the probability. He missed the wreck in that one.
Yeah.
Driver introductions ongoing by the start-finish line here at Talladega. The drivers and their wives getting ready. There's Ingrid Gordon walking after Jeff's been introduced toward the grid with her man. The emotional highs and lows of watching the one you love go racing, particularly here at Talladega, is next. NASCAR Countdown returns after this message and a word from our ABC stations. The top 2 teams in the NFC South battle on ESPN's Monday Night Football as Matt Ryan leads the Falcons into the Big Easy, where they'll face Drew Brees and the 6-0 Saints. It's Falcons Saints on ESPN's Monday Night Football at 8:30 Eastern. Coverage starts with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 Eastern. The world of a NASCAR driver is a busy one, from training and fitness, promotional appearances and testing, to competing on the track 38 weekends a year. It takes a big commitment to be a successful racer. And as the saying goes, behind every good man is a good woman. So it is with a driver. As you can imagine, watching the one you love compete in a high-speed, highly competitive sport can be a little stressful.
It's still just like anything else. It's a job. With that also comes the hard stuff.
These guys are so competitive, and they wouldn't excel at what they did if they weren't so hard on themselves.
He worked very hard to get here, so when you have a bad race,
all right, David, talk to me. Gotta get out, it's on fire, David.
it's very, very stressful.
It's hard to watch your husband struggle. I mean, this is a dog-eat-dog environment, and it's all about what you're doing today, not what you did yesterday. I mean, even last week.
That's part of life, is death, and you have to understand the risks that he takes.
Anybody that goes 200 miles an hour in a race car is obviously not afraid of the risks.
It's not easy to kiss them goodbye, knowing where they're going and what they're doing.
I'm terrified of those Superspeedway races. And, you know, with Carl's crash,
Oh, and that destroyed the front end of Newman's car.
Brian was in that wreck, and my phone was ringing. I was a little frantic because I couldn't find him.
I mean, I think all 43 of us women out here, whether we're wives, girlfriends, friends, whatever, and mothers for that matter, I mean, that's a sickening feeling. It's scary.
I know that there's a possibility he may not come back on a Sunday, but I'm not going to let that dominate what I think, because that would completely just eat me up inside.
This is his chosen profession. This is his dream. And so I'm here to support that, you know. Risk, absolutely. Everybody knows there's risk. Reward, you bet. There's a lot of rewarding things.
Anyone who has won knows that it is the most incredible feeling. It's hard to describe.
It's what makes it all worthwhile, because it's so hard to get there.
Just when you love someone and they're succeeding, you know what they feel, and you want that for them.
I want him to succeed. And we're a team, so when he wins, I win.
It's just like this high that you can't come off of.
It's pretty amazing, and you never leave victory lane without taking that one last deep breath and kind of taking it all in, because you don't know when it's going to come back.
Just so proud.
This is what he loves to do, and he did it way before he met me, and he's going to do it for as long as he can do it. I'm a lucky person to be with the man I love, to be doing things that we love together. It's amazing.
And that lady right there is Chrissy Newman, married to Ryan Newman, whom I'm joined by right now. Well, we just heard from the wives and what it's like for them to kiss you guys goodbye. What is it like for you strapping in a race car, especially at a place like Talladega?
Well, it's definitely the most, I'd say, you know,
emotional and potentially emotional racetrack that we go to, and it's nice to have my wife there to wish me luck and kiss me, and not goodbye, but just to wish me luck. And it's you know, it's special to have loved ones around you. And NASCAR is a great family sport, and I'm just glad that she's there with me.
Let's talk about the last 2 weeks. You've gained 3 positions in the points. With momentum on your side, you come to Talladega. How do you view it? Is it an opportunity or a nuisance?
It could be either. You just never know. It's a place that it's the biggest wild card of our entire racing season is 2 races at Talladega, in my opinion. And our U.S. Army Chevrolet was pretty good in practice. We actually cut second practice short just to, you know, save the race car. Basically, we didn't know what was going to happen, and it's going to be an interesting race today with the rules and the way the bump draft and the stuff's going to work. We'll see if we can be in the right position at the right time.
Well, his last time here was his best finish here. He finished 3rd. Dave?
With Juan Pablo Montoya, who finished 2nd here in the April race of last year, so he knows how to do this. Chance at winning today?
I hope so, yes.
Let's see. Do you like the new drafting rules?
We made a deal. My first answer was going to be a yes, the second one a no, and the third one a maybe.
So this one's supposed to be a no. Do you like the new rules?
No, I definitely don't. No, they're not clear enough. You know, there's always too much gray, and it's really hard. It's really hard to know what's good and what's bad. Because if somebody pushes you, you can't really get out of it. You know, if you move and the guy goes with you, with one thing, and if you try to move fast not to get pushed, you're gonna get turned around. So what do?
Can you miss the big wreck?
Please. There's my maybe, but please involve in it.
Very nice. Juan Pablo Montoya, he's in the chase and runs well at Talladega. Shannon?
Dave, someone else that's in the chase is 6-time Talladega winner Jeff Gordon. We've talked about the 2 schools of thought here at Talladega. Hang back and wait to make your move, or race up front. You made that hang back work in 2007. What was the most challenging part of that for you?
The patience was so tough, you know, to be back there. The most important thing is not to lose the draft. You got to have 6 or 8 cars back there that you all work together with, and it's so hard to pull that off. And really, I don't think we necessarily planned it that way. It just, you know, kind of worked out, and we had some other people jump on board. That's not going to be the case for us, I don't believe, today with the DuPont Chevrolet. I mean, we're starting up front. If we get shuffled back, you know, we may go with that approach, but you know, I don't really think there's any set strategy going into it. You gotta, unless you had a group of people organized, and you know, I know that we don't. I'm not sure if the 48 does, but you know, our goal is to just fight for every position, every lap, and get the most points that we possibly can at the end of the day, and hope that you know, we're in the right position at the right time when the wrecks happen.
Well, let's talk about your teammates for a second. Talladega, all about having friends and teammates. However, you are chasing those 2 guys for a championship right now, Mark Martin and Jimmy Johnson. How does that change the way that you're going to race them today?
Well, it is a very, you know, challenging position to be in because you know, not only are we racing them, but we're 150 points back. So we kind of got to do the opposite of you know, what the 48 does. I mean, we're right there with the 5, and you know, we're going to have to just kind of race them heads up. But with the 48, you know, the only chance that we have to really gain on them is to have a huge spread in position, you know, the way we finish, however that may happen. So we've got to go out there and be pretty aggressive to try to lead laps, win this race, and just see where they end up at the end of the day.
Jeff Gordon rolls off 3rd today. Alan?
Okay, Shannon, thanks. And as we close in on the green flag, this Talladega track was built on the side of an old World War II airfield. You can kind of see some of the old runways running through the property, the concrete. But the legend has always been that the property was an ancient Indian burial ground, and some thought that brought bad luck. So on October 22nd, the Speedway had Robert Thrower, a medicine man from the Creek tribe, perform a traditional Native American blessing at the start-finish line, intended to restore balance to the land before today's race. We'll hope the ceremony did well, and we'll see how the day unfolds here at Talladega.
My favorite scary movie would probably be Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I like any movie that's based on a true story, and that just adds a little bit of extra creepiness.
I sat through some of the Friday the 13th movies when I was younger, just because everybody was doing it and said it was cool, and then after a few showings of that, I'm like, I've had enough, I'm out.
I'm not a big fan of any scary movies at all. I walked out of Saw at the movie theater.
I don't like scary movies. I actually, if I watch a scary movie, I'll have nightmares in my sleep, and I'm not a big nightmare guy.
I always liked the Scream movies. This came out when I was in high school, so you know, something that you always wanted to take a girl to see a scary movie because they, want to cuddle up to you. So I guess I had to say that.
I think Sam's got the right idea there about the cuddle up part with the scary movie, but hearing a race driver say he doesn't like scary movies, that just doesn't sound right to me. 43 drivers in today's race, all hoping this story has a happy ending for them. Denny Hamlin's race a week ago had a happy ending. He kept Jimmy Johnson out of victory lane at Martinsville.
In the bull ring that is Martinsville, Virginia, the fans, 60,000 strong, they wave the green flag here today.
I want to run top 5. Do what you got to do to run top 5.
Montoya's not afraid to do whatever he has to win.
Tell you what, I don't know what's wrong with him. Top 10.
He started getting wider and wider and starting to beat me every freaking corner.
He's got the best car out here. He doesn't know what to do with it.
Oh, trouble. He's skating in the wall.
Caution's out, bud. Caution's out.
Green flag, they punch the button and head for turn 1.
See Denny Hamlin now making that move inside. He's able to take the lead.
For a second lead over second spot. Get that rhythm in. Go get the 11. You're clear. Just don't leave the door open.
Denny Hamlin may be out of the championship race, but he's not out of the winning business. He takes the victory today.
Good job, guys. Mike, awesome car. That's what I'm talking about. Denny Hamlin.
Well, down here with Denny Hamlin, who is, of course, riding the momentum from that win last weekend. Denny, a lot of drivers in the garage are looking to you to be the fast car here today. They've even said it. At a place where power is restricted, what makes a great race car at Talladega?
Well, you would think it'd be your knowledge of, how to work the draft and everything, but with that new rule that we got this morning, an hour before the race, our strategy was to push someone, and that's how we set up our race car and everything. And it's just tough to get this rules changed, and it's just kind of taken it out of the driver's hands. But our FedEx team has brought me a great car to the racetrack. We're just going to have to try to do the best with it, and hopefully, not being able to push in the corners, doesn't make for a bigger wreck on the straightaways.
Well, it looks like there's going to be some last-minute strategy for this 11 team. Alan?
Well, keep an eye on Denny Hamlin as he tries to charge to a victory lane for a second straight win here at Talladega today. Hamlin starting in the 9th position. Mark Martin starting on the front row today. Mark has just been bubbly in his enthusiasm over feeling he's going to have good luck today, Vince.
That's right. Mark standing here just having a quick conversation with Denny Hamlin. Mark, your 44th Cup start here at Talladega. How has your perspective of this race changed over the years?
Well, it's a lot different. When we first came here, it was all about speed and just awesome. It was just incredible and awesome about power and speed and ingenuity. Now it's about jockeying for position, and it's pretty crazy. It's a pretty crazy race, and I'm glad that we just do a couple of them each year. They're great to watch. I was on the couch for both of them last year and both of them the year before, so get out there today. I feel lucky today, by the way, and I think we're going to be there.
Mark Martin smiling today, Alan.
Starting on the outside of the front row in that 5 car. Always quite the scene here at Talladega, the biggest, fastest track in NASCAR. Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Quick look at our J-Ski news and notes. Driver A.J. Allmendinger was charged with driving while impaired early Thursday after a traffic stop in Mooresville, North Carolina. Court date set for December. Allmendinger placed on probation by NASCAR and his race team. He had to take a breathalyzer test before going on the track Friday. Crew chief change for Kyle Busch. Joe Gibbs Racing replacing Steve Addington after today's race with Dave Rogers. Busch won 12 races with Addington at the helm the last 2 years, but failed to make the chase this year. And parent company Dover Motorsports has closed Memphis Motorsports Park effective immediately. The races previously announced for next season at that track will move to the company's Nashville and St. Louis speedways. The countdown clock is ticking. And yes, we did remember to turn it back an hour last night. How will Talladega affect the chase for the Sprint Cup this year? We'll answer that question after 500 miles. This Tuesday at 8/7 Central, they arrive. They'll bring us hope. They'll bring us peace. They will change our world forever. ABC's new series premiere of V, Tuesday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on ABC. Tony Stewart won this Talladega race 1 year ago. He starts 4th today, and somewhere around this massive Talladega track, Dave Burns is with him.
Boy, it is a big track out here. And of course, Tony did accomplish that kind of a lifelong goal in NASCAR to win here at Talladega last year. Given the discussion that NASCAR had with you drivers this morning, Tony, how different or difficult will it be to repeat here today?
It's not going to change a lot. I mean, it's still going to be the same 3 and 4 wide racing. You're just not going to see 2 cars lock up together and really get away from everybody. So, you know, I think NASCAR made the right decision there. It's hard. I mean, it's hard. You know, the drivers learn, the crews learn, and you know, the more practice we get, the more the drivers figuring out what's good for them and not, and you know, it puts NASCAR in a bad spot to have to make those judgment calls like that. So you know, it's like they said. I mean, we can police it best by not doing it, but it's still hard to convince yourself that you're not doing the right thing. So you know, NASCAR's you know, told us to not push in the corners, and I'm all in favor of it. I think they made the right call.
Get some good practice laps this weekend. Can your car push, pull, and operate in every lane here?
Well, I don't know. I didn't feel as confident as I would like, but you know, it's 500 miles and a lot can happen, and we've typically been pretty good here. So we've won here. We've run second a lot, so we know how to get there at the end.
All right, we'll make sure we get these jet dryers removed for him before the start of the race, too. Alan.
Always things to deal with out there, Dave. Thank you very much. Yeah, close your eyes, blowing all that oil dry off while you go through there, David. Thank you very much. All right, what to watch for now as we get set for the green flag? 1 block or 2 at the finish? It's a topic.
Blocking's caused a lot of wrecks. There's no doubt about that. In my mind, go ahead and block once. If you know you can block again for the second time and not cause a wreck, go ahead and do it, but be careful.
Hey, it's going to happen. I mean, if you're out front, you're trying to win this race, you're going to block once, you're going to block twice, but you need to know what's going to happen, as we see with Brad Keselowski here and Carl Edwards. Carl blocks him the first time, clears him. He comes back for the second block, and you take a ride, and you get turned around like that. And we saw it again at Daytona earlier in the year. We saw Kyle Busch, who was just absolutely flying. He goes on Tony Stewart. He's outside once. He comes back twice. Tony takes him out. It happens when you come back for that second time. But if you're up front, you want to win the race, you're going to have to block more than once.
Just going to be interesting to see if that second block ends up with the leader getting crashed like it has the last 2 restrictor plate races. The yellow out of bounds line. We see it at Talladega and Daytona. We don't see it anyplace else. How's it going to play?
Well, you can't pass below the yellow line. You cannot improve your position, but guys get forced down there. This is going to be another one of those calls. You know, are they going to be consistent, getting in and out? Guys above the yellow line. There's a pass right there. Reagan Smith passes, went on, didn't win the race because of it. Last year, or beginning of this year, Brad Keselowski chose not to go below the yellow line, caused a crash. In the event of safety, NASCAR has got to do something, but I think there's going to be, between that and the bump drafting rule, there's going to be an awful lot of officiating done today.
I don't like that yellow line. I don't think you need to have an out-of-bounds line. You're running 2, 3, 4, and 5 wide. You got a big, smooth racetrack. Let these cats sort it out. Don't box them up, man. Let them get after it and go. Go wherever you got to go to find some turf to get to that checker flag.
Let's talk about pit stops and strategy. First of all, getting on to pit road for a driver at this place is a challenge.
Getting on to pit road is very, very tough. You got to remember, fans, you're running 200 miles an hour through the corners, and you got to whip down pit road right there to entry, get woed down to 55 miles per hour. And a lot of times they lose it, and they go sliding through that grass right there because they just lose control. They wheel hop, lock the rear tires up. You'll see smoke pouring off the tires all day long. They got to be careful right there.
And once you get to pit road, what do?
Well, here you really just want to keep gas in that car. You want to make sure that you stay in cycle with everybody with the fuel. The other thing is you don't need to put tires on all the time. Tires don't wear out here. Then when they're changing tires, it's because they have the time. They just want to stop them from getting flat tires. So you're going to need to protect. When you're sliding in, Rusty, and you want to do 2 tires, you don't want to slide that left front. And this new car has a tendency to slide that left front because if you want to do 2, do 2. But if you slide that, you could end up doing 4.
And to bring this conversation back around to where we started, talking about the championship and Talladega. Talladega known for 2 things, the big wreck and great finishes.
Yeah, there's no doubt we're going to see probably both of those again today, especially since we've gone to an even smaller plate. So that field is going to be even tighter. Guys are going to be tense. They're going to be agonizing, sitting on top of one each other. And when there's a mistake, there's going to be a big, big wreck.
I want to go back earlier to what our Dale Jarrett said. Dale said this race is won at the very last lap. At the very outside, maybe 5 laps to go be in position. I'm telling you from previous experience, going into turn 3 at Talladega, you better be where you need to be because the race gets won from the entry of turn 3 down to the start-finish line. So you better get it right in that area right there.
Good point, Rusty. The start-finish line is not at the tri-oval. It's down towards turn 1. You've got extra room to get it done.
Good point.
So the big one, when will it happen? Who will it involve? How will it affect the championship? Oh, by the way, and will an official's call on a bump drafting violation play into the points today? Interesting to watch. The opening ceremony after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Talladega, Alabama, east of Birmingham, west of Atlanta on I-20, home to the biggest, fastest track in NASCAR. Talladega Superspeedway, 2 2/3 miles around, 5-story tall banking, and incredible, breathtaking racing that'll keep these fans jumping up and down out of their seats all afternoon and keep the drivers' stomachs in knots, especially those competing for the championship. How will this 500-mile journey play out? We find out after we go trackside for the opening ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats as the Alabama Army National Guard presents our nation's colors. Remain standing as Reverend Billy Wyatt of Pleasant Grove Baptist Church offers today's invocation.
Let us pray. Father, we are grateful for this day. We're so thankful for our men and women who fight so faithfully each day for our freedom. Father, I ask that your blessing be upon them, that your angels encamp round about them, bring them home safely. Father, we pray for the drivers and the team members today. I pray that, Father, you would give them safe racing today. I pray, God, you would protect them from harm's way. Father, we're thankful for the blood of Jesus who cleanses us from our sins, who died on the cross of Calvary. Father, we just ask you to bless each fan as they travel home today. You'd give them traveling mercies. Again, Father, we are so grateful for this wonderful and beautiful day. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the 82nd Airborne Division's All-American Chorus.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare of a bursting in the air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Let's hear it for the 82nd Airborne Division's All-American Chorus for their performance of our national anthem with a little help from the semi-truck carrying the American flag and the 4 F-15 Sea Eagles out of the 2nd Fighter Squadron from Tyndall Air Force Base for today's flyover.
And now the moment for the drivers to climb aboard and get ready for a 500-mile white-knuckle ride. All of them likely wondering the same thing. Will I be in the big wreck, or is today my day to conquer NASCAR's fastest track? The engines will fire at Talladega Superspeedway for race 7 in the chase for the Sprint Cup coming up. Kurt Busch getting on board. One of the drivers hoping to maybe gain some ground on the leader today if Jimmy Johnson should have some troubles. 43 drivers, 500 miles. How will it turn out? We find out next.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC, brought to you by AMP Energy. Before every moment, there is a moment. AMP Up. Ford. See why Ford Racing's top drivers love the all-new Taurus from Ford. AT&T. Vote for the AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year award from your AT&T phone. Text the car number of the pit crew you think is the fastest and most valuable in today's race to 2258. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. And Dickies. Tune into the Dickies 500 next weekend. Dickies, wear with purpose.
Previously in the chase.
Getting set for some bumping and rubbing in the bull ring.
trouble. He's skating in the wall.
I'll tell you what, I don't know what is wrong with him. I'm dead.
You know, we're running side by side. It was okay, and then he's starting to hit me every freaking corner.
He's got the best car out here. Doesn't know what to do with him.
Get that rhythm back, man. Get that rhythm.
See Denny Hamlin now making that move inside.
Denny Hamlin takes the victory. That's what I'm talking about. Denny Hamlin.
12 drivers, 10 races, 1 champion. Tapped into oblivion on the last lap. Forced right in a left turn only world. Flying without wings and crash landing yards from victory. This is what haunts you at Talladega. For the man out front, it's the last major obstacle standing between himself and history. 4 lanes of bumper-to-bumper traffic, hitting 200 miles an hour can exhaust your talent in a hurry. But keep enough in the tank, and you can steal a memory you won't mind reliving. Then again, maybe not.
What will the overriding memory be today at Talladega? Will it be the race in the chase for the Sprint Cup that haunts Jimmie Johnson in his bid for history? Or will he again somehow snake through the trouble and take charge of this championship for good? As the drivers amp up for 500 miles, we go trackside for the command to get it started.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome the Vice President of Pepsi Sports, Jeff Dubille.
Gentlemen, amp your engines!
All right, we take 2 because, make sure everyone's safe. Fire them up. Yeah, come in, man.
Change his mind if you see him.
Well, if you've got a favorite driver, he's going to run anywhere from 1st to 30th at one point or another during the day. It's an action-packed, tension-fraught fight. And the men who lead us through all the oohs and ahs will all be gasping as we watch it, are upstairs ready to go. We turn it over to Dale Jarrett, Andy Petrie, and Dr. Jerry Punch. Doc?
Thank you very much, Alan. Hello, everyone. Glad to have you folks with us. And, folks, how truly appropriate here on this Halloween weekend, and we find ourselves at NASCAR's fastest and most frightening racetrack, Talladega Superspeedway. Guys, this track gets the drivers' attention. You can hear it in their voices, and you can see it in their eyes during the interviews. Specifically, what worries them most?
Well, what worries them is what they can't control. That's the thing all day long that they're going to face, is getting in an accident that wasn't of their making. They're going to be right in the middle of it and taking away an opportunity that they may have had to win the race. That's the thing that concerns them. It's not about getting hurt or tearing up their race car. It's just that they don't have that opportunity to go out and win, that it was taken away by someone else's misfortune.
Yeah, and they can see their whole season go up in a cloud of smoke here today, and that's what they're really afraid of, because they put so much effort into these type of race cars. Restrictor plate race takes a lot of detailed preparation, and that could all go away in just a blink of an eye.
Jimmie Johnson has a 118-point lead and finds himself just 4 races away from making NASCAR history. You heard him in the interview at the top of Countdown saying he's tired of worrying. Now, if you were Jimmie Johnson, what would you do today?
Well, I've talked to him this week. His plan was to, especially after it rained yesterday, to lead as many laps as he can, stay up front as much as he can, but once he got shuffled back, go to the back and hang out. That may have been changed somewhat, because NASCAR made some new rules that they have implemented at the drivers' meeting. It may be a little bit more difficult to hang out in the back and then come to the front late in the race.
What about the guys that are chasing Jimmie Johnson? Montoya, Stewart, Gordon, Martin, how will they play it today?
Well, that's going to be the fun part. We heard Mark Martin say last week that he was going to race like he couldn't crash. So he's going to be aggressive, and he's going to go out there and try to lead a lot of laps. And Juan Pablo Montoya, one of the most aggressive guys on the racetrack, and he is good at restrictor plate racing, and I'm going to be watching him close, because I'll guarantee you there'll be a lot of excitement that'll be surrounding this 42 car today.
Well, while some drivers fear this place, there are a select few that list this place among their favorites, including today's in-race reporter, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who is a 5-time winner here at Talladega. He starts his AMP Energy Chevy back in 24th position. He'll be joined, we'll be joining him with onboard cameras in 8 other cars, including 6 chase drivers. Kurt Busch, who's never won on a restrictor plate racetrack. Jimmie Johnson has never won here in the fall, and Carl Edwards just wants to finish with all 4 wheels on the ground. Welcome back to the world's fastest stock car facility, Talladega Superspeedway. We are just moments away from the start of the AMP Energy 500. This broadcast is available in Spanish by activating your SAP button, presented by ESPN Deportes. While the Earnhardt name has been synonymous with success here over the years, will it be here again today? Why don't we visit with our in-race reporter, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Hey, Junior, Dale Jarrett, ESPN. You have a copy?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Junior, our first question comes from our mailbag, and Patrick from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, asked, when do you decide who your drafting partner is going to be at a super speedway? Ahead of time in the garage, during the race by spotters, or does it just happen naturally on the track?
A little bit of the last two. It kind of happens naturally most of the time. You start working with somebody early in the race, and if what you're doing or what's happening is productive, y'all might keep it up. You kind of find somebody that you're comfortable with and like to work with and like to help and seems to appreciate the help by paying you back here and there. That seems to be how it goes through the race.
Hey, Junior, my question is, from Friday's practice with the smaller restrictor plate here, and then from the drivers' meeting with NASCAR implementing some new rules as far as bump drafting goes, has it made you rethink where you might want to be at the end of the race as far as position in the front or how far back you can come?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of like the NFL going from tackle football to two-hand touch, but it's just something we're going to have to deal with. I was a little disappointed to hear about it, but we'll have to make do with it and see. We can still push on the straightaways, and that's the most effective way to help somebody pass or get into the lead or pass cars. So it's no different than it was maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago, and we'll just have to try to be smart. I'm just hoping that we don't forget about the rules or what the new rules are today and make mistakes that aren't really intentional and get ourselves in trouble with NASCAR. So we'll just have to be mindful of that all day long.
All right, Junior, have a great day. Thanks for talking with us. Now Andy's going to talk to your crew chief, Lance McGrew.
Oh.
Hey, Lance McGrew, Andy Petrie in the booth. You got us?
Sorry, Andy, loud and clear.
Lance, this racetrack at Talladega is like no other track on the circuit, and it's different calling a race on top of the box. Tell us how it's different.
It's so different here because really the handling of the car doesn't come into play at all. It's the driver and the positions he puts himself in, how he drafts with other cars, if you get people to work with you or not. So it definitely is nail biting just as much for us as it is for all the the thousands and thousands of people watching on TV.
Okay, Lance. Well, good luck today, and hope you make all the right calls, buddy.
So do I.
Well, racing is intense on the track here at Talladega, but when you come to pit road, you better be ready to cooperate, communicate, and concentrate. To explain, let's start with Jamie Little.
Well, Doc, certainly when you come to Talladega, it's all about forming alliances and making deals. And those deals start up top, way up top with those spotters. They will be communicating to each other throughout the entire race to know who is pitting where. Because let's face it, you cannot race by yourself here and try to win. You've got to race with the pack on the track, and you've got to pit with the pack. Of course, that's a scenario if it's green flag, but what about if a caution falls? Everything could change, right, Vince?
That's exactly right, Jamie. When the teams come to pit lane under a yellow flag condition, it's likely to be a traffic jam because so many cars stay on the lead lap here at Talladega, and they'll be pitting at the same time. So it's imperative when you come down pit lane that you are patient and keep your fenders clean. Had more than one crew chief tell me today, I'd rather my driver make a slower stop getting into the pit box, even if he has to stop and we lose a few spots, because I know we can get those spots back in the draft. Shannon?
Vince, it is all about partners on the racetrack here at Talladega, and it's all about partners here on pit road, especially under green flag pit stops. If you come down pit road by yourself, you're not going to have anyone to draft with when you get back onto the racetrack, and that could be a bad thing. The entire team is involved in the green flag pit process, from the spotters to the teams down here in the pit stalls. Brian Patty told me the 42 team, they even have some folks back in Charlotte who scan the scanners to find out when some of the faster cars are going to come down. All of that information is given to the crew chief, and then he makes the call. Dave?
Well, Shannon, quite often your partners or your teammates, look at that oval DuPont sign. That's Jeff Gordon's pit stall. That is stall number 17. His teammates, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jimmy Johnson, are way down in pit stall 4 and pit stall 1, where I'm standing. That's a long way. Electronic communication needs to be a part of what you do, because you can't run back and forth there all day long and make this work. So on pit road, if you have a problem, or if one of the guys you pit with has a problem, you need to maybe change what you do getting back on the track, getting back with those partners, those cars you need to race with, as Jamie said, in order to win. And to do that, if something goes wrong down here, we got to go right back up to the spotters, because they will help you find the pack to race with and hopefully get to victory lane here at Talladega, a place you never want to race alone. Doc, actually, let's go to Hollywood Armstrong. He's carrying our crew cam today over the wall. Hollywood?
Thanks, Dave. Opportunity. That's what a lot of teams up and down pit road are looking for today. You could have a new winner, a second-time winner from a long time ago. But one important thing about opportunity is a chance for pit crews to shine today, to keep their driver in the draft, have a good day on pit road, and possibly go to victory lane. Doc?
Yeah, very interesting. You got to get it done on pit road. It's very intense, both on the racetrack and in the pits. And again, it's about the communication and cooperation. Andy, you've been down there. You understand what it is about. Our starting order today, folks, for the 6th time this year, determined by the NASCAR rule book as qualifying was rained out. Only the 2nd time in 81 races here at Talladega they've had to line up by points. And by the way, the last time it happened, Dale Earnhardt Jr. went to victory lane back in this race in 2002. Up front, Jimmy Johnson and Mark Martin. How about the guys in the chase, the top 12 starters?
Well, I think they're all kind of breathing a sigh of relief that they get the start up front here. They can kind of do things the way that they want, run the race that they want here at the beginning anyway.
Yeah, and this is truly an opportunity race for a lot of guys, because you line up every race thinking you got a chance to win. Everybody does, all 43 cars. But here at Talladega, they really do. I mean, anybody can win this race, and we've seen it time and time again.
Yeah, we talk about it, and we know we're getting down to exactly who's going to, I think we'll know exactly when we leave here today about the chase scenario and the championship scenario. But there's so many other guys that are so excited to be here with opportunities to win a race, some that haven't won in a while. You've got Elliott Sadler, who has run well here in the past. He's in a Ford, said his car is great. There's just so many other guys out here, too, that they see this as their one opportunity to win before this year is over.
We talk about Talladega being high speeds and high risks on the high banks. It's also high hopes, because there have been 10 first-time winners here, 7 of which have never won again. And the fact that you can win it from anywhere, 3 of the last 4 winners started 34th. Folks, back in the spring here, Brad Keselowski started 42nd and led the last 500 feet. And how about Jimmy Johnson? Oh my. Could the points leader be in trouble, because he has had his troubles here in the fall race? He has won in the spring, but he has never won here in the fall. He's had troubles here. In fact, in the fall race here, his average finish almost 25th.
Oh my, that's not good. Don't show that to Jimmy.
All right, guys, let's go out and have a good day today. We've got an opportunity to make something really special happen today. I think we've got a great race car. I think if we're just smart, smooth, be prepared for anything, do our jobs to the best of our ability, we'll be fine.
Yeah, Chad left out one thing there. Lucky. Got to be lucky, too, today.
What was it Mark Martin said? I feel lucky. It's the most relaxed Mark Martin said he's ever been here, or at least for 10 years coming to Talladega. It is the wild card race of the chase. Mark Martin calls it the lottery, because it is a high-speed game of chance. Since we were here in April, folks, they've made the restrictor plate smaller and the catch fences taller. What does that tell you? It tells you that we're expecting a wild one here at Talladega today. Will it be trick or treat for NASCAR's brightest stars? We are about to find out as they come down 2 by 2 for the green flag at Talladega. Takes them almost a lap to come up to full speed here. They are side by side. Looks like a parade lap, as now Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon pull away. The inside lane now getting a 3-car length advantage.
See Jamie McMurray up there on the high side. Looks like he's out a little bit off the pace. I don't know if he's doing that on purpose or not, but he's definitely going back. But here comes Mark Martin now with that outside line.
All about momentum here, DJ, and now the outside line seems to have it as they sweep through the banking coming out of turn 4.
Yeah, these guys will be testing this throughout the race to see just which line will move the best with these new plates and their drafting partners. And we'll talk a lot about some of the things that NASCAR told these guys during the drivers' meeting, what they're allowed to do and what not to do. Basically, if you're allowed to bump on the straightaway, you better keep your distance in the corners.
Well, Mark Martin gets those first 5 points that are available, leading that first lap.
41 cars in the draft, 3 lanes. It's all about Talladega now. Almost 200 miles an hour, 3 different lines, and there they are. Look at Montoya and the 24 car. Bump, push, and bump, all the way up to the 14 of Tony Stewart.
See Montoya get in there. He actually pulled out a line there. Got himself in a 3 and maybe 4 wide position coming off of 4.
Look at the outside lane there. The 17 car, the Daytona 500 winner, Matt Kenseth, and now Jeff Burton pulls up there to lead that parade up on the high lane. Ryan Vickers, the 2006 winner, now pulls up in front of Burton to try to lead him around.
Kurt Busch will lead that second lap.
See Mark Martin down on the inside. He and Tony Stewart now starting to drift toward the back, and I've got to believe this is a calculated move.
Well, I hope so, because he's definitely out of the throttle pretty good here. He's going back pretty quickly. Looks like Tony Stewart's on board with him also here.
I knew that Tony Stewart had said that he was going to go to the back and hang out. He thought that was his best opportunity not to lose points and possibly help him gain points if he was able to make things work the way that he wanted to in the latter stages of this race.
Well, Mark Martin got his 5 bonus points. Kurt Busch got 5 that time by. But how about the guy at the back of the pack, the 9 car, Dave?
Doc, Friday's practice produced a couple of things for Casey Kane. First of all, a great show. He and Denny Hamlin were 2 of the fastest cars on the racetrack. And right now, as he has dropped back in the field, we'll have to check on that. He's losing the draft. But they had an engine problem after that first practice session and had to go and change motors. That's why they started in the rear. We'll try to hustle up why the 9 has dropped as far back as he has.
Yeah, he's 2 seconds off the pace right now with the cars up there drafting in front of him. He's got nobody to help him, and he's 2 seconds off the leader's pace.
Yeah, there's one thing to hang at the back, and there's another thing to totally lose the draft. So I think that the 9 car, Casey Kane, has a problem, definitely.
Look at Greg Biffle there in the middle of this 3-wide draft here. Coming down, there's Casey Mears on the high side, the 07 car. As Kurt Busch again leads that lap.
And you see Casey Mears and Kevin Harvick both. Richard Childress cars now working that high side.
It is hard to believe that Kurt Busch, who has the best average
turn 2.
off of turn 2, couple of cars up into the outside
Paul
wall.
Menard is one of those cars.
Paul Menard, the 98 car, nosed into the wall.
blew a tire.
And Joe Nemechek is the other car.
Yeah, you could hear, sound like Paul Menard said he blew a tire.
So 5 laps in here, we have the first caution flag today. Only 2 cars involved, unlike what happened here back in April where we had a 12-car crash on lap 7.
These cars running in such close proximity, you know, they're going to rub against each other some, and invariably somebody's going to touch and knock out either a valve stem or part of that sidewall of the tire and cause these things to go down.
Right side of your screen, these guys running toward the back of the pack, and you heard them say about a cut tire and heavy damage on both those cars. So under caution for the first time today here at Talladega, lap number 5, 2 cars involved. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Under caution here in the Amp Energy 500 at Talladega, lap 7. The caution came out on lap number 5, and a little bit of strategy here under the first caution flag. Although we're only 5 laps in, a number of cars came on the pit road.
Yeah, track position is not a big deal right now at this point of the race, and you see a lot of the top cars coming in. There's Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, just getting a little splash of fuel. You see Denny Hamlin getting tires. Here comes Jimmy Johnson. Going to put a little gas in, and it's like he's got a wedge wrench. They're going to adjust on it just a little bit. A little miscommunication on which way they want to go. There we go.
Very atypical for this 48 bunch to be having that indecision and also maybe making an adjustment this early, although we had rain, I guess, all day Saturday here. So, folks, 20 cars came on the pit road, and they made an adjustment, but they're all smiles out of the 48 pits. Back with the restart in just a moment. Getting set for the restart here at Talladega. 20 cars have come on pit road, including the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Let's listen in.
Jimmy, the 14 and the 39 both are talking about staying back there, so there'll be some good ones that you can hang out with. Yeah, that's it for. You're going to have to be extra patient today, waiting. It's like a lot of guys are going to arrive right now.
Jimmy will restart back in 30th position, guys. Is he back in harm's way back there, back in the back of the pack?
Well, I think he's where he wants to be. That's why they pitted right there, just getting back there. And you know, Dale can answer that more than I can. I always like my car being up front because you can stay in front of most of the action that's going to happen. If you're in the back, you're going to have to run through it. I guess you could run through it at a slower speed.
Well, you just have to pay attention. It's not you can just go back there and just not pay attention to what's going on. You really have to drive your race car back there. But it is a safer place. And, you know, eventually these guys are going to wreck. And if you are fortunate enough to miss it, then you've got a lot fewer to pass at the end of the race.
Scattering out 3 wide here at Talladega. Now back to 2 lanes. Kurt Busch has led the last 7 laps. Here comes Carl Edwards. Remember the last time Carl Edwards led a lap coming out of turn 4 at Talladega? Didn't end up real well. He didn't end up on all 4 wheels as he was headed for the checkered flag.
And all he's looking for this lap is those 5 bonus points.
Coming down. By the way, the 98 and 87, both drivers checked out and released to be okay at the Care Center. Edwards leads the lap, and here comes David Rudeman, the 00 on the high side. Brian Vickers back there just working his way up on the outside draft right in front of the 7 car.
You know, we really haven't seen here with this particular car that the middle was a great place to be, but it seems to be coming back. Maybe the speeds have gotten slower, and that's going to allow them, as you can see, David Rudeman and Greg Biffle jump out in front here. They were really in that middle part of the draft.
You saw Biffle back out. If you just joined our coverage, NASCAR told the drivers in a drivers meeting this morning they want to see daylight between the cars in the corners. You cannot bump draft and stay hooked up in the corners. They were concerned about safety.
Yeah, one thing that the drivers have figured out the last couple of times here, we see them go 3 and 4 wide getting into turn 1, is that if you can put your front bumper on the guy in front of you, 2 cars can just basically hook up exactly as one and take off like a rocket ship if they can do it all the way around the track. And that means through the corners, all the way around the racetrack. Well, NASCAR has said you can't do it in the corners. You can only touch each other on the straightaway. Like we see Brian Vickers right here. Now he's going for the gap in the middle.
Right in the middle behind the 2 car of Kurt Busch. 3 lines of rocket ships. Rudeman up high trying to lead that draft with Biffle behind him.
Now we see some cars now that are touching all the way through the corner. We see Greg Biffle and Rudeman and Joey Logano all touching through the corner.
And Mike Helton told me that they told the drivers that they weren't going to give them any warning, but he said that after talking about it after the drivers meeting, they may give these guys a warning one time. The next time is going to be a pass-through penalty.
David Rudeman led that time by. Let's check in where Jamie is caught up with Joe Nemechek.
And Joe Nemechek and Paul Menard both are out here released and okay. What did you see happen out there, Joe?
I think Paul blew a left rear tire or something happened there, and I was just a little bit on the outside of him. I saw him wiggle. The next thing you know, I'm just along for the ride, just trying to bide our time. Four laps in the race, and got a tore up race car. Really disappointing. We were going to try and run this whole race and have a good finish, and just wasn't meant to be.
Glad you're okay, Joe. Paul, I know you had a little bit of strategy work, and you were actually dropping back when that happened.
Well, the first lap, I was on it pretty good just to see what the car had, and it sucked up really good Friday draft practice. It sucked up really good the first lap, and then I just basically bailed on the draft and started trying to get signal file in the back, and I think a left rear just blew out. Something popped going into one. Car wiggled, kind of corrected, then went straight in the fence. And guys busted their butt in this car. It was a fast car, and it's pretty much destroyed right now.
Paul Menard, glad you're okay. He finished second here, and his day is done early today, guys.
Thank you, Jamie. And that caution flag, although bad luck for those two guys, really big for the 9 car of Casey Kane.
Yeah, it was a huge break for Casey Kane because he had lost the draft completely on that initial start by having to start in the rear after changing that engine, Dave.
Yeah, we still got a little bit of a mystery going on here. I talked to Kenny Francis briefly under that caution. I said, do you have a problem? He said, I'd rather not say. So right now he'd rather not say. The problem for drafting occurred on lap number 1 when he lost all the position that he was at the back of the field, but he lost the draft completely on lap 1, and right now it looks like he's going backwards again. So definitely something amiss in that 9. They thought it was going to be better because the motor that they put in the car was originally going to be in the 19 car of Elliott Sadler, and as you guys know, that became a Ford this weekend.
Exactly, Dave. And right back there near where Casey Kane and Sadler are running, here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. being shown in 20th and now moving to 19th position.
And we're watching the speeds right here from Dale Earnhardt Jr. I'm watching his throttle trace also. I saw him actually ease off the throttle a little bit on the back straightaway. Just found him a nice place to run right here in the middle.
I think that what these guys were told by NASCAR, we're seeing a lot of this up here right now, that, you know, be easy. You know, I think if these guys are going to chance any of this, it's going to come later in the race. We're seeing a lot more distance in between these guys than what we normally would at this point in time of the race.
That pack right there is 26 race cars deep, and you saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. right in the middle of that pack. You see Sam Hornish moving to the outside line. The 00, David Rudiman, is the leader.
Now you can see there's another gap right there, and then another group with Jimmy Johnson and a lot of the chasers back there.
There's the separation NASCAR wanted to see in the corners. Didn't want to see them hooked up nose to tail bump drafting because of the concern on someone getting out of shape.
There's a little bump draft from Casey Mears.
Yeah, they're approaching a place right here too that even though NASCAR didn't say that, these guys know that that tri-oval is a very dangerous point to be bump drafting also. So they're probably pretty much trying to stay away from each other's bumpers through that part of the corner or through that part of the racetrack also.
Back in April, we had 57 lead changes among 25 drivers. We've already had 6 lead changes among 4 different drivers, and a couple of guys making their way toward the front includes the 83 car of Brian Vickers. Dave.
And Doc, just to add one more perspective on this discussion of how NASCAR might judge the drafting out there, Ryan Pemberton told me this morning, of course, we're going to watch and see how the race goes, try to stay out of the wrecks, but we also want to see how NASCAR calls things. Well, if nobody pushes the envelope early, how are they going to know how NASCAR might call it? And what are they going to do at the end of the race? Interesting.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to have to do today. That late decision by NASCAR to tell these drivers that they can't touch each other through the corners, it changed the plan for a lot of drivers. So they're going to have to test it.
You heard Denny Hamlin say he was absolutely planning on hooking up in a 2-car draft and pushing someone all day. That totally changed his strategy. 16 laps in here at Talladega. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Want a chance to win $10,000? Put your NASCAR knowledge to the test with the ESPN Pick 12 Challenge. Go to ESPN.com/Pick12 and guess the order the 12 chase drivers will finish next week in Texas. We'll announce who picked this week's order in the first 30 laps of the Texas race, so make sure you watch. Now, this week's winner who picked the correct order from Martinsville is Darrell D. But congratulations to Darrell D for being the winner at Martinsville. Outside line pulling away when we were away a moment ago. The 24 car taking the lead. Jeff Gordon, who restarted guys, back in 18th position on lap 9.
Yeah, that's the second car we've seen Greg Biffle push to the lead.
Yeah.
Pushed Rudiman to the lead earlier.
Yeah, and you also saw him lay off of Jeff Gordon there. If NASCAR hadn't have implemented what they did in the drivers meeting, he would have tried to stay right on him. But not doing that, that allowed Brian Vickers, Kyle Busch, and these others to catch right back up to them. Shannon?
Jeff Gordon right now in that 24 car as he takes the lead. They started up front because of qualifying. Steve Letarte told me they were actually pretty lucky that qualifying was rained out. They worked only on race trim in the practice sessions and said they did not think the car would be that fast. Right now, Jeff Gordon happy with the car. He does say it's just a little bit front end positive. Not loose, just front end positive. Look at this.
Well, down on the inside of Jeff Gordon is the 16 of Greg Biffle, who had been riding the bumper of Gordon and Biffle. He's 350 points out of the chase lead. 8th place. Championship not going to happen, but he's still thinking points. He came over the radio and said, boy, I'd like to get around and get 5 points for leading a lap. Right now, he's on the inside, and the outside line's the place to be.
convinced it's one of two racetracks Greg Biffle has never had a top 5 finish, here and Martinsville, Virginia. We told you at the top of the show that it's very important to be able to communicate among the teams, and particularly between teammates. Let's listen in to the 14 and 39 radio.
I don't know what lap to tell you that I think it's a good lap to go, but I think we're going to have to plan on going earlier toward the end of the race than what we normally would.
Yeah, we just need to get a group of us smart ones back here. I think the 48's on the same plan. I don't know where the 24's at, but just do our own little thing. Make sure we can, keep an eyes watch on the guys in front of us, and like you said, just respect each other's spot for each other and do our thing. But I agree, it's just a matter of what time. But I think letting everything settle out is going to be the biggest thing.
And you just heard from both teammates. Now they're in 2 separate groups. Tony Stewart is in the first group at the tail end, waiting to catch the 39. On the front grille of the 39, that Army car, there's some trash, and that is not a good thing. So he needs to catch his teammate, the 14, for 2 reasons, guys.
Try to use the aerodynamics on the car and the airflow to be able to get that trash pushed away from the grill.
Yeah, what's keeping it pinned to that grill is the air. He's got that clean air on the front. If he can pull it right behind another car, that'll be gone completely, and it'll remove that off that grill.
Yeah, he's a long way from another car, though, is the thing right now. And actually, his strategy doesn't play into going up there and trying to get to one of those cars, so he might have to work that with Jimmy Johnson, who's right behind him.
How about a couple of Richard Childress racing cars working together up front? The 07 of Casey Mears, a 29 of Kevin Harvick. Childress, a 9-time winner here at Talladega as a car owner.
We're talking about Tony Stewart up in that front part of the mix. I think that he's had a little bit of change art because he was planning on staying back away and letting things kind of develop and work out for the day. But he's up in there. Maybe he's just testing his car right now to see the limits and see what's going on. As we see him backing off now, he may be going back to assist Ryan Newman right at this point.
Heard Ryan calling for help with that grill. We'll see where Tony slides back. Also trying to maybe get away from that gaggle of cars right in front of him.
Yeah, the one thing about this racetrack is that you're not going to lose. If you got cars running with you, you're not going to lose the pack completely. You can kind of space yourself out, find you a place to run, and I really think that with NASCAR making this rule about the way they're having to drive these cars, that they say, okay, just to keep from getting in trouble, I'm just going to sit here and ride until it matters. I'm not going to risk getting a penalty in the early part of the race that's going to take me out of a chance to win at the end. And so I think that might be one of the reasons that some of the guys are hanging out at the back.
I think we definitely have more back there than what we're anticipating in employing this strategy before today's drivers meeting. And these guys look like they're way behind, but they're in just a matter of a couple of laps. If they decided to run wide open, they could be back up there and catch that draft, the end part of the lead draft. And so it may look like that they're putting themselves out of the ballpark here, but it would just take a matter of a couple of laps for them to catch back up.
Now that second group back there we saw lined up single file with Ryan Newman. That's 29th on back, and they were running specifically right there in single file. You see the right side of your screen, Newman leading the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. Mears and the lead pack go by. Here they come, 29th, 30th on back.
Yeah, the whole field is virtually single file right now, and you don't see that very often here at Talladega. See Mark Martin now working the bottom of the racetrack a little bit off of turn 2. But most of the cars single file.
Well, we usually see this happen at some point, but it's much later in the race, Andy. But I think that a lot of this is because of what they were told in the meeting, that they're just not going to put themselves in that position right now of making NASCAR create a judgment call on them.
Again, the judgment is, if you just joined our coverage, NASCAR told them in the drivers' meeting you cannot run nose to tail in the turns. You must see some daylight between you, or else we will penalize you. Back in a moment. This Tuesday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, they arrive. They will bring us hope. They will bring us peace. They will change our world forever. ABC's new series premiere of V, Tuesday, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 7 Central. Single file drafting up front. Casey Mears, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Marcus Ambrose, the top 5.
It just looks like everybody's content with the position that they're running, and at this point of the race, everybody's sitting still in single file.
And again, our points leader, Jimmy Johnson, and several drivers hanging toward the back of the pack. Johnson now right back here in 30th position, right behind Ryan Newman, who's right behind Denny Hamlin.
Now, I'll have to say that, these drivers have been put in a box in one sense for a long time, since 1987 when restrictor plates were put on these. You have the banking. Then all of these things have been done to put them, make them race right together. And then they come in today and say, you've got to show daylight in the corners where you can't make passes, so it's frustrating to the drivers. So this is their answer is, okay, we'll sit here and we'll ride because we really can't do anything else without possibly getting a penalty.
They don't really know how far they can push it, and rather than risk it, they're just going to sit here and run single file and not do anything wrong.
Well, there's the 48 car. He is running single file back in the pack. Dave.
First, I want to comment on what Andy said. Andy, that's what I was saying earlier. Don't we need a rabbit to kind of go out there and get a penalty so we know what the limit is?
Yeah, that's the deal. I mean, but nobody's willing to do that yet, Dave.
I know. I'll check with Chad Canal, see if Jimmy Johnson is willing to do that. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah,
right now, he's changed his world in terms of how he's racing this car, kind of running back in the pack at half throttle. And after you usually put the pedal to the metal all the way around, Jimmy had a question.
Is there any issue to running half throttle? It can get lean from time to time, but I don't think with what we've got going on, Jimmy, that it's going to be an issue. Especially as cool as what we've got the engine running. This one holds my foot in one spot. Just kind of put some fuel in there. That would be a bad idea from time to time for sure. But like I said, we've got our temps so cool that I don't think it's going to be a problem.
All right, so the issue may be holding the throttle halfway, leaning out the motor. Tim Brewer in our Craftsman Tech Garage. What does that mean?
Hey, what it means, before the race, the guys check the plugs, every aspect of them, to make sure that this engine is running really efficient. But when you do that with a plug check, you're running wide open down the backstretch. You've got the throttle wide open. You cut the engine clean, come in and inspect the spark plugs. But by half throttling it, see how the butterflies are closed here? It changes the fuel distribution in every cylinder. And what Chad referring to, when you run it at part throttle and you're not pulling all the fuel, you might lean out one of these cylinders and burn a piston.
Great explanation, Tim. And over the years here with the restrictor plates restricting the airflow, DJ even had to run almost wide open, leaving pit road in a qualifying run to be able to preserve the engine.
Yeah, you just had to make sure that you weren't at that part throttle, and there was a certain RPM that you didn't want to be at. And so you had to make sure that you stayed just above that. And again, you didn't run that part throttle for too long. And Jimmy obviously knows that. He was just kind of getting Chad to reconfirm exactly what his thinking was.
I think it's pretty telling on what's going on. I mean, he's asking to kind of run half throttle. That tells you how hard he's running right now.
34 of 188 laps here at Talladega, and it is Casey Mears up front. Casey trying to get a sponsorship for that car, that fourth car for Richard Childress Racing, trying to hang on to his ride and trying to get to victory lane for the first time in 2009. Working lap 35 in the AMP Energy 500 at Talladega. NASCAR's fastest stock car facility. Right now we are showing cars single file 40. Make that 39 as one car goes a lap down here as they come by. That is the 13 of Max Pappas. 07 car, Casey Mears being shown as our leader. Mears has now led 15 laps. We've had 6 different leaders and 8 lead changes. Now look at these cars in line. Look at the visibility through the windshield.
Yeah, the windshields really get pitted up here. Probably have as many tear-offs here on the windshield to start with as anywhere else that we go because of all of this, and it makes it very difficult for the drivers. See on Michael Waltrip's car there, watch what happens if a piece just, you can see it just fly away. So down at the bottom, it had just started to peel up a little bit, and the air turbulence there in the draft,
yeah, it's great.
Made him a clean windshield all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's great for Michael. He gets to see better, but that windshield tear-off can actually get caught on somebody's front bumper or front grill opening. Now you see what happens there when that tear-off comes off. That's actually our camera lens. It has a cover over very similar to those tear-offs you see on the windshield, and we can roll it with a button push there and clear it off.
Yeah, there were times that I wasn't sure I wanted to take off. I wanted to see exactly what was going on or if I was better with things clouded a little bit.
Well, they're single file up front, guys. Let's go down and check in with some of our experts downstairs. Rusty and Ray, what you're watching down there, these guys making sure they're not going to get penalized by pushing in the corners.
Yeah, there's a lot of them being careful out there, too. That was their plan going into it, Doc. But the guys I see out there trying to get all the glory, you talk about Mears and Stremme, Marcus Ambrose, guys like that are not in this chase for for the championship. Hey, man, they don't care. They want to win. They want to run up front. They want to keep their car on TV. And you know what? It's working for those guys right now.
Yeah, what we're going to see is pit stops here in the next 5 or 7 laps, and that should break some of that pack up. I think what you'll start to see is some of the old-style Talladega racing here where 5 or 6 cars break away in packs, and probably see some passing right then. But I agree, the guys are being super conservative right now.
I just wonder if they're not being too conservative. I mean, how do they know what their car is going to do? I will tell you, I'm watching the times out there, and the first 22 cars are almost running identical speeds. And as a racer, I tell you, it's hard for me to be this patient when I was in the car, to sit there, mind your P's and Q's, and just follow a guy that long. I got to believe after this first series of pit stops that these guys are going to get a little racier out there.
Oh, I hope so. I want to see these guys mix it up a little bit. I don't want to see everybody line up and ride around behind one another all day long. Let's get the racing a little bit.
Look at the front of the leader's car, the bottom of the 07, right to the right side.
A little piece of trash.
Might be where one of those tear-offs ended up.
Yeah.
Across the leader's grill. Andy, you seeing that same thing?
Yeah, I see it. I see all this stuff going on you guys are talking about. I see Brad. He's talking about running single file. Brad, your car's running 5th. I don't see him stepping out of line either. Get on him, man.
Mix them up.
So let's go racing.
47 cars, the one you're talking about, Marcus Ambrose. And by the way, Marcus only run here once. He finished 4th here back in April. Has got a very good ride there. And the JTG Daugherty machine right behind him. You heard Rusty talking about David Stremme trying to find a ride. Stremme will be out of that 12 car at the end of the year. Brad Keselowski assuming that ride. And where's Stremme going to go? Boy, I tell you, he's really hungry to get to victory lane.
Yeah, he really needs to. This is a good opportunity for a lot of guys out there today. And, you know, the way to really get some attention is get out there and try to lead some laps. I want to see these guys mix it up a little bit.
The 11 car we were talking about earlier in the week, and in the garage area, guys are saying he's going to be the guy to beat. Denny Hamlin had one of, if not the fastest cars here in practice on Friday. Look where he is in this line, folks. He is back in 23rd position.
We won't know what he has until it's time to show his cards.
No, and we're going to get to that point, but it's going to be much later. And, you know, there was something that happened here many, many years ago that is kind of a forbidden term, a driver boycott, you know. But I think this is kind of these guys' answer. They don't have any other way of expressing how they like or did as we start green flag pit stops here. But these guys are saying, okay, if this is what we can and can't do, then this is the kind of racing that we're going to do right now.
Here's Vickers, Montoya, Truex, and Logano, the first 4 among the lead contenders to come on pit road here. They got to slow down to 55 miles an hour. Shannon.
Juan Pablo Montoya driving the same car that he sat on the pole here with earlier this year. They have a lot of confidence in this car. He does think he ran over some debris earlier in the race. Small vibration, so they will make a 4-tire change on this 42 car. Dave.
Brian Vickers is on pit road as well. They talked about just a 2-tire change. They also talked about pitting with some other cars who might be on the same agenda. Joey Logano as well. He takes 2. They're both off pit road.
Logano, the first one off. And by the way, these 2 cars here, the 1 and 42, are teammates. They're partners. Here come more down pit road. A couple of Childress cars coming down together.
And you see Marcus Ambrose coming in there. Also, these guys have kind of set this up to try to pit together. Jamie?
And Casey Mears running in the front with his teammate behind him. First pit stop with this new crew chief, Doug Randolph. A tear-off you saw come off there in 4 tires. Car has been good. He's just thrilled he's had a buddy. Let's go to Vince.
Kevin Harvick in the 29 car likes the way it feels early, particularly behind his partner there in the 07 of Casey Mears. They're making a 4-tire change here for Kevin Harvick. The 47 of Marcus Ambrose is in as well, and Ambrose has been running up toward the front. He's going to make a 4-tire change and off and away just behind the 29.
Got to have those dancing partners. Got to have drafting partners at Talladega. That's why you see the Earnhardt Ganassi cars and the Richard Childress cars pitting together. All in the 1 car, too fast entering pit road. A costly mistake for Martin Truex.
Yeah, especially at this point in the race because you're not trying to make up any spots. And here Martin Truex getting penalized.
And the 07 too fast on exit. So a tough one for our former leader, Casey Mears. There's Mark Martin coming in. Another Sam Hornish is there. Biffle. Let's go to the 99. Jamie.
And Carl Edwards pitted earlier. The tear-off comes off there. These cars have been handling handling great, guys. It's just about getting that fresh rubber. It's about coming in with the pack and leaving with the pack. Vince?
The 5-car Mark Martin had been running up toward the front early and then got shuffled back. They make a 4-tire change. And let's go to Dave in the 88.
A wedge adjustment for Dale Earnhardt Jr., 4 tires and fuel from Sunoco. And also, Casey Kane had wanted to pit on that lap, but he got trapped. Let's see if he has anybody to pit with before they run out in the 9-car.
They trying to hustle off pit road. That makes Elliott Sadler the leader. Now driving a Ford today, a Yates Ford. Elliott, all 3 of his wins have come in Fords. There's the 9-car coming down, and the 2-car of Kurt Busch.
Yeah, if you're wondering, we're talking about handling's not really an issue. Why are they putting 4 tires on? It's because they have to put 2 cans of fuel in, and they can change 4 tires, in about the same amount of time. Vince?
Kurt Busch is in. He's pitted just ahead of where Mark Martin had pitted, so they wanted Martin to get in and out before the 2-car came. It's a 2-tire stop for the 2 of Kurt Busch.
Handling not an issue for Casey Kane, full of fuel, and a 2-tire stop for him. And little trouble getting in. He wanted to put more fuel in it, of course. That's why he waited. He'll leave with Kurt Busch as well.
Yeah, right there you see why you would take 4 tires. It took over 12 and a half seconds to get 2 cans of fuel in that race car, and most teams can change 4 tires in that amount of time.
Here are the guys that are serving penalties. They are pass-through penalties for speeding.
I was under. I was like middle of green. I didn't even use all of it.
Also, we're just being told that Eric Darnell, the 96 car, too fast on exit. He will be penalized and have to serve a lengthy 55-mile-an-hour pass-through penalty when everybody else is running about 195. Left side of your screen, see these guys all working together. A couple of dodges, the 2 and the 9. Here are the guys that have also pitted that are working together in this pack to be able to use the draft to get back up there.
Yeah, and you can see right there, Elliott Sadler in that 19 is the leader. You see a lot of cars in front of him now on the tail end of the lead lap. You see Dale Earnhardt Jr. now running right in front of Elliott Sadler. Mark Martin is now a lap down to Elliott.
We mentioned Elliott in a Ford. He'll go back to a Dodge for the final 3 events of the year. But this team, remember the Richard Petty Motorsports merger with Yates. They'll be in Fords in all of 2010.
And they pitted on lap 6. That's why they're able to stay out just a little bit longer.
And here's the only car on pit road. Very lonely when you don't have a drafting partner.
Well, hopefully he can get off of pit road now and get with a lot of cars that just pitted. That's what they're thinking right here. And he's hoping that he can do that. The best way to do it is to pit with cars, and you know you can come off the racetrack and on the track with them. But he's rolling the dice a little bit that he'll be able to blend back on the racetrack with help.
Reed Sorensen coming off right side of your screen. Now watch the top of your screen. Here comes the drafting pack. He's going to have to get up to speed in a hurry because they're coming at over 195 miles an hour. These guys flashing by, the 77 cars headed to the garage area. Here comes the 18 and the 11, a couple of Joe Gibbs Racing teammates. Vince.
Well, the 18 of Kyle Busch had come in on lap 8, remember, so he was able to stay out just a little bit longer than the others if necessary, so he's taking those extra laps. He says he likes the high line a little bit better. It's a 4-tire change for Kyle Busch. Dave.
Denny Hamlin pretty happy with his race car. 1 round up in the left rear wedge. A 4-tire change for Hamlin. Otherwise just full of fuel. And Andy, as they finish up the fuel, there go the 4 tires.
Yeah, there's no reason not to get 4 tires right there.
Again, the challenge, you got to get off before this pack comes roaring by. And they're going to go by these guys who just came off of pit road.
Yeah, we just saw Reed Sorensen get back out in front of the big pack, and he actually maybe got out too far. We've got a car spun around here getting on pit road.
40.
Allmendinger.
And Allmendinger spins it around and
right
will
around
now
the
head
6.
down.
Here we are, Mike. Get that big piece of debris, guys.
David Reagan making his pit stop going by. You see the 09 that won here in the spring. Brad Keselowski coming out. Here's the 33 car in. Shannon.
Well, Clint Boyer's going to get an air pressure adjustment. He started this race 15th, but he has been hanging in the back. He told his crew chief, it is wild out here. I'm just going to hang back till I need to make my move.
Let's show you what happened to A.J. Allmendinger trying to come down, woeing down. There's the 44 car. Trying to come down from 175 plus, coming off turn 4 down to 55.
Yeah, it looked like he got a little help from behind there from Clint Boyer. They're all trying to get woke down to pit road speed.
Yeah, AJ had run up on a car that was really slowing in front of him, and as he got on the binders, Clint Boyer didn't as much.
19, Elliott Sadler, our leader on pit road, nearly stalls it. Now gets it going again as he heads down after making his first green flag stop of the day.
That gave the lead to Tony Stewart last lap.
Top 7 cars right now as they're running have not pitted. They're all those cars that pitted on lap 6 or 7. Here's the 2
Oh, here goes
sideways.
Kurt Busch. This will bring out a caution right here.
Trying to save it through the grass and keep it from going back up across the racetrack.
He's going to be able to keep it in the grass, but you see almost all the cars have pitted. Now you see Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman. All these cars came down pit road that lap.
And they'll be able to go ahead and make their pit stop if they want to. If they choose, Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman are going to go on through. Jimmy Johnson's going to go ahead and make his stop.
They actually should have made that, Dave.
And Jimmy Johnson, of course, will continue down pit road as he was already headed that direction. They'll take 4 tires instead of 2, which was the original plan, so he'll have fresh rubber all the way around. This is the first time they've taken on tires. Remember, they had stayed out because they pitted earlier for fuel only.
Yeah, sometimes when that caution flies right in the middle of that sequence, it's hard to tell whether you should pass through the pits or make your pit stop. I think that was a mistake on Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman not to make their pit stop.
There's a damage on the right rear quarter panel of 2 car. Let's show you exactly what happened. They hit from behind on Kurt Busch.
I think he may have had a tire to go down here.
Yeah, it looks like it did.
I think he had gotten hit earlier. You can see he had taken quite a hit before, and that right rear quarter panel was rubbing and cut that right rear tire.
Fortunately, did not slide back up on the racetrack.
Getting bump drafted too hard.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened. He had, like you heard him say, been bump drafting too hard, knocked that quarter panel in on the tire.
Now watch a 24 car. He was coming on and he goes right and doesn't go across the commitment cone area to violate the commitment cone violation. The others come down pit road.
Okay, it really doesn't matter right now because they're all going to line back up on the racetrack on the lead lap. But if you were really worried about your track position, the right move right there was to continue down pit road, make your pit stop, and blend back out on the track. Because now you're going to see Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman make their pit stops under caution. They'll have to line up behind all of the cars on the lead lap.
There's Jeff Gordon. Let's check in with Shannon.
Guys, as soon as he went back on the track, when that caution came out, Steve Letarte said, save fuel. He is very short. Letarte just told Jeff Gordon, even if pit road is closed, you must come down. That's how short we are, guys.
Yeah, there's no reason to push that right now. They should have made that pit stop, come on down pit road, got the fuel. They wouldn't have any problem at all. Now they're sitting there in a little precarious spot.
Around right now. Yeah, possibly, if we wouldn't have if we wouldn't have got busted by the commitment line.
No, I was there. I did have the option to abort.
Yeah, I think we would have been better off coming. Probably so. I'm going to see. But we're going to be all right. It's early. We'll know for later. It's open this time. I want you to pit 4 tires. Pit for 4 tires.
Jeff Gordon, a 6-time winner here at Talladega, but folks, he has not had very good luck in restrictor plate races. In fact, he has finished outside the top 10 the last 7 restrictor plate races in a row. Hoping to turn that around here with this race here, where it's so critical in the final few races of the chase.
Yeah, right now, Michael Waltrip, that 55 car, is the leader. And it's trapped a few cars a lap down. Sorensen, Logano, Rudeman, Allmendinger, Edwards, all those cars were trapped a lap down by Michael Waltrip.
They'll be able to get the wave around here now because they're in front of the next leader as these guys peel off to pit road, so they will get back on the lead lap.
You see Tony Stewart's come in, these guys have come back in. Jamie.
And he finally got to meet up with Ryan Newman. Now Tony Stewart stayed out. They were supposed to pit last time, but he got those 5 bonus points, 4 tires and a tear off on the windshield, Vince.
The 55 of Michael Waltrip knows his season and maybe his full-time Cup career coming to an end, so he wanted to run up front today. He was leading 4 tires in a way. Sharon?
Fuel just in time for the 24. It was a 4-tire stop. Doc?
Race off of pit road there. You see the 18 coming down. He will gain 5 positions. Burton likewise up. Hamlin, you see Jeff Gordon lost a spot. Earnhardt Jr. up 8 positions.
And they'll all get to line up behind the cars that made green flag stops.
They're not rushing here. They're working back there on the end plate, looks like, back on the wing area. NASCAR back there watching them work on the 14 car. We'll update what they were trying to work on when we come back to Talladega in just a moment. Under caution for the second time today, the AMP Energy 500, race number 7 of 10, the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup. This caution brought out by the 2 car, cutting a tire. Kurt Busch been on and off pit road several times, now being shown 2 laps down in the 39th position. Now, when the caution came out, we saw several cars that were committing to make their pit stop and had already committed to come off of turn 4. Now watch them as they come down and watch the light there at the end of pit road.
Yeah, that light is green. That means pit road is open. And then here at the last possible second, it goes red. And I guess they expect these guys to turn back out on the racetrack.
Well, first, you can't see that as a driver from that point.
They're already past it almost.
And then you can't make that hard turn to the right.
It still doesn't matter. They're going to start at the tail end of the field, and that's where they wanted to be anyway.
It is consistent, NASCAR saying, with the decision they made at Watkins Glen, a similar decision where cars were committed coming out of turn 12 at Watkins Glen and were coming down pit road, and the caution comes out and they went back to the red light indicating the pits were closed. In essence, these guys will start at the back of the pack, but at Talladega, they'll be back to the front pretty quickly. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Getting set for the restart here at Talladega Superspeedway. We are showing 36 cars on the lead lap, and Elliott Sadler will lead him down in his Ford. Beside him, the 09 car that won here back in the spring, Brad Keselowski. Two by two trying to come up to speed there. You see 29 cars in the lead draft, and the 09 of Keselowski now trying to go to the outside and possibly lead for the first time today. Little Roush Fenway teammate shove, little push and helping each other. The 16 and 17 of Biffle and Kenzen.
Saw a ton of wave round cars, so most of the cars got their laps back. Only one, Casey Mears, that got caught with that penalty under green. He was still a lap down, trapped behind the leader. He didn't get the wave around that time.
We saw the NASCAR penalize those drivers, made them start to back, because when the caution comes out, automatically those lights change to the red, and that's consistent with the call NASCAR made at Watkins Glen earlier in the year and also at Pocono back in the summer.
Okay, I'll give you that, but as a driver, you can't make that hard right without creating a bad situation. So I guess you have to take the penalty. It doesn't make that much difference right now at this point in time of the race. Late in this race, it could be a huge factor instead of starting up front that you have to start in the rear.
And I know that these cars were committed to pit road. I know that they had not crossed the so-called commitment line, but they were committed to making that pit stop, and that's why if they tried to make a right-hand turn right there and there would have been a big group of cars, it would have been a big wreck.
So a little bobble a moment ago, the 24 getting tabbed from behind by the 55. Let's check in with Dave.
Here's how championship leader Jimmy Johnson discussed it with his crew chief.
Pitted too soon. How did we pit too soon? Apparently, well, not apparently, the light was on before we entered the pits. I didn't realize that. Dude, there is no safe or sane way to get onto pit road at that point. That's okay. Same thing happened to Pocono. Don't worry about it, dude.
Just trying to deflect that from his driver's mind so he can get out there and concentrate on what he's doing today. Just don't worry about it.
Hey, you hear how calm Chad is right now? It's because they're not racing right now. It doesn't matter that they're back in the pack, because that's where they want to be anyway. So they're going to race back here for a while, or just ride back here for a while. And when it's time to go, and when they start opening the pay window, is what Schrader used to say. When they open that pay window, he's going to be coming to the front. Then if he gets penalized, he won't be quite as calm, I promise you.
You got 5 chase drivers right now running from 30th on back. Edwards is 30th, Johnson 33rd, Stewart 34th, and Newman 35th. Aerial coverage from high above provided by our good friends at Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Dale Earnhardt Jr. right on the backside of the 19 car of Elliott Sadler. Junior giving him a push by the 11 car. Sadler would retake the lead, and Junior would go to second place.
Yeah, these two guys have some history drafting together here in the past and have really been able to work well together in leading races, and Junior going on to win some races here.
You know, there's some drivers that really have a knack for drafting and restrictor plate racing. Elliott Sadler is one of those. Obviously, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is. Michael Waltrip is another that comes to mind. But there's some of these guys that really do a better job of drafting than others.
Yeah, it's nice to see Elliott up there. They found out this week that he and his wife Amanda are going to have a boy in March, so he's pretty excited about that. I told him we'd start working on sponsorship now. It may take that long to get him ready for it.
Shannon.
I can tell you about some people that are excited. The fans down here, as they see that 88 pushing the 19 right now. Elliott Sadler, we've mentioned several times, running a Ford. He said he has definitely learned some things this weekend that will help that team when they go to Daytona. He said working in the draft, temperatures, oil, and water. And of course now, he's learning how that car works up front. Dave?
Shannon, I know you heard the crowd right there. That is because the 88 is back in the lead at Talladega, and the folks here love it. Remember that this week, his crew chief, Lance McGrew, was told that he would be the guy for 2010 that would be directing Junior's effort. And as Lance told me this morning, if Mr. Hendrick thinks I can do it, well, then by golly, I think I can do it, because he's the smartest man in motorsports. And right now, Junior, as usual, looking like one of the smartest guys in a restrictor plate race.
Dave, Junior Nation on their feet that time, Bob, with the 88 car back up front at Talladega. And how about the guy running second? 45-year-old Bobby Labonte driving the underfunded 71 car. Kevin Buckler on car, and look at Bobby hooked right on the back of Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, I think most of them were standing for Junior, but I think some of them are standing for Bobby Labonte, doing a great job in that car.
You see some cars now organizing on the bottom groove. Jeff Gordon has got Kevin Harvick and Juan Pablo Montoya. Now you see Kenseth coming up behind Montoya. We're starting to get a little more racy now.
Well, you see Mark up there, Jeff Gordon. They said in the meeting yesterday, their team meeting, that when asked by Jimmy Johnson what they were going to do, they said, we're doing the opposite of what you're doing, man. So they're trying to make, they're up front, Jimmy's hanging out in the back.
They got to find some way to catch Jimmy Johnson in this chase with just 4 races to go, including today. Now Jeff Gordon takes the lead. Harvick on the bottom of the racetrack.
Now this is the Talladega we're used to, boys.
Those tear-offs just being sucked off by the wind. And here comes the 11 car of Hamlin pushing Harvick by.
Yeah, they said in practice on Friday he could push anybody fastest around this track. Now he decided he doesn't want to push anymore. He's going to the lead.
That will allow the train of the 24 and the 17 to come right back up on. Is there a bump on the 11 car right there to push him? See if a 24 backs off in the corner.
He's right against him. They're in the tri-oval. This is part of the actual straightaway, so even though it does turn, they don't consider this one of the turns.
Yeah, you see Matt Kenseth got hung in the middle right there. Looks like he literally got out of the throttle, but he's running wide open.
You saw Jeff backed off there in the turners entering turn 1. There's the 88 car on the bottom, and he is giving the 29 a push now, coming off turn 2 on the backstretch.
You can see just how much 2 cars can make a huge difference staying tucked up together. You actually don't have to hit in the corner if you can just stay right there. Now he's able, you see him back off just a little bit. That's what NASCAR's wanting to see. Now these cars won't be able to just take off from the rest of the pack.
Couple of guys that desperately want to get to victory lane. Kevin Harvick hasn't won since the Daytona 500 in 2007, 102 races ago. Behind him, Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to go to victory lane for the first time in over a year.
Yeah, I talked to Lance McGrew. You see just how tight Junior is tucked up behind Harvick. I talked to Lance McGrew, and he says you can't run that close together for very long. If you're actually touching the guy in front of you, you can only do it for about a lap before you start overheating the engine, because there's no air going in that engine whatsoever.
This week, Lance McGrew went from interim crew chief to full-time crew chief of the 88 car. Great racing, Talladega style. 63 laps are complete, and Kevin Harvick is the leader.
Amp action going on all over Talladega this weekend with the Amp Energy 500. The fans who went to the website and have their names on that 88 car that Dale Jr. runs in second place right now. The names on the pit wall and on the banner where his team services that car. All kind of interactive activities this weekend at the Amp Energy 500. Junior running second behind Kevin Harvick. 67 of 188 laps are complete right now. We've had 20 lead changes, 14 different leaders on the race. And as we've gotten further from the set of pit stops for a second time, the pack beginning to string out into a single file line of cars instead of the 2 and 3 wide racing. Down in the pit studio with Rusty Wallace, Brad Daugherty, Ray Evernham. Question for you. Is that a pattern we normally see at these Talladega races? The farther you go in a green flag run, the race stringing out like this? Or are we seeing something different today?
No, we're definitely seeing something different today. Usually it's side by side, 3 wide, 4 wide here at Talladega. Everybody racing every single lap, except for some that want to hang out in the very back of the pack towards a safe area. But it's obvious that the new rule that NASCAR's put in effect, no bumping allowed in the center of the corners, is causing this problem. But Alan, you brought up something a little while ago that was real intriguing. The cars are getting themselves an accordion problem. They're getting on the brakes, getting out of the throttles, and the guys about 4 or 5 car lengths back, Brad, are starting to catch up and bang into each other accidentally. That could cause a crash.
That's right. Yeah, we're used to seeing these guys, even if the field gets spread out, racing in packs is the pack mentality. And guys really racing hard, 2, 3, 4, and 5 wide. Right now, everyone's trying to keep a comfortable space. They're putting their race car in a good position. They lined up like a freight train, and they're just snaking around through here, not really getting up on one another, being too racy.
What's the mood of the drivers out there? Let's eavesdrop on the leader, Kevin Harvick.
I had cruise control. It'd be a lot easier. I was thinking I'll give you an iPod in your drink holder.
He's talking about being on cruise control. The guys, they're just sitting out there riding right now. They're not getting after it at all.
Well, I think what you're seeing here is the way it used to be with the old car. But what we're not seeing is these cars do have the ability to run up and get 3 and 4 wide. We will see that later in the race. Right now, these guys are adapting. Yeah. Casey pulled way out. He's going to try it.
Yeah, he's trying to get a little racing.
But I think these guys are still feeling one another out and finding out how good these cars are and what they've got to do to be able to pass without bumping. And with as big a holes they blow in the air, we will see them get 3 and 4 wide here again before this race is over.
Was that his teammate Allmendinger that Kane bounced off of?
Yeah, he ran right into his left rear there and put a little mark on his left rear.
Man, I'll bet he's not on cruise control and riding around nice and calm as you please right now. That was a big moment for Casey Kane. Now, Kurt Busch, his team not having so fun a day. Listen.
Nothing we can do, right? We just got to wait for yellow. Yep, that's what we're going to have to do. Unacceptable, what we got to do. We're so busy worrying about engineering numbers, and yet we forget about how to build race cars.
So Kurt riding around 2 laps down in 39th position, so perhaps a preparation mistake leading to that cut tire and spin we saw earlier.
I don't know. Kurt, you know, Roger Penske built some pretty good race cars, and those guys over there work awfully hard, and it's just a shame. You know, things go wrong some days. Kurt's been able to drive some pretty good race cars this year.
Yeah, he has. That's right.
All right, so let's go back and look at what happened to Casey Kane.
Again.
Off a turn 2 a minute ago. Watch the red 9 car.
They seem just kind of slide up here a little bit and squeezes Allmendinger and just gets right into that left rear. Very, very fortunate incident right there that didn't take out a lot of cars in the rest of the field.
Yeah, the left rear tire in a 44 car, Brad, looks like it's had a lot of damage. I mean, all the good years rubbed off of it. I wouldn't doubt if they'd blow that tire out from being hit so hard.
That thing will go down eventually.
So still on the lead lap, we have 35 of the 43 starters, 4 cars in the garage. Championship leader Jimmy Johnson back in 29th spot right now, and the leader is Kevin Harvick. As we close in on halfway of today's Amp Energy 500 at Talladega Superspeedway.
Here are the current standings for the AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year. Points are accumulated by the team who wins the race by fan votes and an ESPN pick. You see, it's Jeff Gordon, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Tony Stewart, and Jimmy Johnson, the top 4. You can make your pick for the AT&T Fastest Pit Crew of the Year by texting the car number for the pit crew you think is fastest and most valuable in each race to 2258. Standard messaging rates do apply. Still stable up front, single file, Kevin Harvick, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Juan Pablo Montoya. Montoya, the leading chase contender right now in 3rd spot, and Hamlin 4th, and Mark Martin is 5th.
It's not just single file up front, it's 36. 36 cars on the lead lap, and every one of them single file. Nobody stepping out of line.
You saw the contact a little bit ago between the 44 car of A.J. Allmendinger. He had just come off of pit road and was trying to get back up to speed, got lapped, and had gone a lap down and was working his way in the middle of that traffic when he had the contact with his teammate, the 9 car of Casey Kane.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Casey. They reported that A.J. had some trash on the front end that he couldn't get off, and the car was starting to overheat, so that's why he had to come to pit road.
We might mention one of the early leaders today was the 07 car of Casey Mears. And if you're wondering, he made that pit stop, what happened to Mears? He's now being shown a lap down because he was caught for too fast on entering pit road and had to have a drive-through penalty. So a tough break for Casey in the 07 car.
Yeah, an even tougher break is that 44 car now is running in front of Casey. Casey would have been the lucky dog, free pass winner, if we could get another caution right here. But now that we've got the 44 car of Allmendinger in front of him in the line, that he would get that spot. So Casey has a little bit of incentive to get up there and try to pass that 44.
Well, it doesn't look like anybody's got any
He's got to have help
pass right now.
He'd have to have help if he's going to pass anybody. Nobody willing to step out of line.
Up front, Kevin Harvick, we mentioned he finished second in the season opening Daytona 500, but has gone winless for over 2 years. His last win, the season opening 2007 Daytona 500, 102 races ago. Earnhardt Jr. second, Montoya, Hamlin, and Mark Martin now running fifth. What's right or wrong with Mark?
Well, you see he's wide open as we go down into turn 1 here. Everybody's running right against the wall pretty much right now. This racetrack has so much grip and these cars drive so good, you really don't mind getting up there. It's pretty easy to do. So he gets a run. Mark had to let out of the throttle. I don't think we'll see any brake issue unless he happens to run up to that 11 car right in front of him. See how the speed pretty much right on the RPM. See, he does back off the throttle just a little bit at the end of the straightaway so he doesn't get up there too close. Now he wants to pick it back up where he can run off the corner and not get too much distance away. See, he's just kind of playing with the throttle a little bit, but you see the RPM holding pretty true. That's what you like to see through the corners, that you're not turning the wheel too much. See right there through the tri-oval, he's actually backing out of the throttle.
Yeah, he's backing off a lot more than I actually thought he would.
Well, if there's 30 to go, and that'd be the end of it. Then they'd get what they want at the end without having to screw around.
Yeah, we like those 30 left features, don't we?
Well, Tony Stewart talking about 30 to goes whenever he's going to start making a move. Things are going to get, business is going to pick up, as they would say.
Man, somebody tell me something interesting, keep me awake.
I got something. They got a sign down here in the stands that fan does sell no-dose pills.
And guys, drivers here just trying to running single file. And even these guys here at 190 miles an hour sort of seem like they're a little bit bored out there.
Well, I would tell you one thing. If you're sitting at home, you better not leave this race, because I'm telling you, with 30 laps to go, we know that all the heck's going to break loose. They're going to get racing right there. They've already told us that. But as a driver, guys, I have the toughest time being this patient just riding. And I guess that's one thing that bit me in the past year at Talladega, because I did have some big wrecks. There's no doubt about that. Getting impatient. But I just can't sit there like this and not do nothing. It just drives me nuts.
You impatient? No,
yeah.
You got to be talking about somebody else. Well, you know what? I was a little bit concerned about it messing up my caution history, because but now I know that Tony's not now. I hope he doesn't fall asleep and cause a wreck and get it back on there. But as I said, these guys have been warned. They are afraid of getting penalized right now. These cars have the ability to get up there. They are going to shake it up. I think it's going to be very exciting at the end, but right now they're going to have to wait till they get down. You've got 36 cars riding the line right there, and I believe in 2 or 3 laps they can be 4 wide, just 3 or 4 rows deep.
Now, let me play devil's advocate with all of you. Andy, DJ, Doc, Ray, Brad, Rusty. What NASCAR wanted to do was stop what drivers were complaining about, which was over-aggressive driving in the pack, the heavy bump draft, and the people knocking each other around in the corners, causing the big wreck. So the principal came down and issued a stern warning. Do you think there's a chance the drivers have taken this message a little harder than maybe NASCAR intended?
Well, that's the way it looks. I mean, these guys, like I say, they're all lined up, just toting around through here, a nice little sunny ride in the park, but I do believe so. So, Doc, what do you guys think up there?
Well, I think for sure that had they not been given that warning, it wouldn't be like it is right this second. I think they'd be racing a little harder.
They don't want to get penalized. They can't afford to get penalized or have a pass-through penalty, lose a lap, and lose valuable track position or points here as the chase winds down. Moving in on pit stops, 81 laps complete. Next week, we'll find ourselves deep in the heart of Texas, and it all begins on Friday night NASCAR Camping World Truck Series action in Texas, Friday, 8:30 Eastern Time on Speed. How about the NASCAR Nationwide Series at noon Eastern Time Saturday on ESPN2? And, of course, the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Dickies 500 at Texas, 2:30 Eastern Time next Sunday right here on ABC. 35 cars on the lead lap. There were 20 cars hooked in one draft, and then there was a little space, and then the next draft began. Here comes Kevin Harvick leading that draft. It is Harvick, Earnhardt Jr., Montoya, Hamlin, and Martin. And that second draft now catch. Then we see Jimmy Johnson and some of those guys in the back of that draft. Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman, all those guys, Edwards, all the chasers back there in this second segment.
Yeah, you do see them running double file back there, though. Even though they're not really racing each other, they're just trying to run double file here a little bit.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Russ said. We have A.J. Allmendinger
that tire finally did let go.
Left rear tire flat.
Good for Mike. Got a tire down coming your way.
I kind of have to agree with Rusty, though. We haven't ever seen this many people be this patient. You know, there are always a couple of people that may hang out in the back, but we haven't ever seen this many drivers be this patient. Man, when it gets down to the end and it comes time to win, this could get pretty seriously wild.
Let's take you up to speed, starting with our leader, Kevin Harvick and Vince.
Well, it's been a very comfortable ride so far for Kevin Harvick in the 29. In fact, they've been running better of late. They finished top 10 in 4 of the last 8 races. They were 38th here in April, so Kevin Harvick seeing the front end of the field today and certainly enjoying that. They're going to pit at about lap 98. Dave?
I think Dale Earnhardt Jr. would like to see what could happen if maybe 2 of them could get away and not break the rules as discussed today. He radioed a little while back, tell the 29 to stay off the brakes. If he does that, maybe they can get away, but right now they're just got that nice spacing going on. Shannon?
Right now, Juan Pablo Montoya's crew is telling him maybe we should lead a lap before the next time we come down pit road. I guess that they would love to do that. This is a team that only ran 14 laps in practice this weekend. They felt the car was that good and didn't want to dial themselves out. As far as strategy, they left that in the driver's hand. Wherever he feels comfortable on the track, that's where he'll be. Dave?
Shannon, I asked Denny Hamlin's crew chief this morning if they thought they had a good car. He goes, well, yeah, but you know what? The last 5 or 6 races, that's been the case, and it hasn't amounted to a hill of beans. They won't stand out as much as they did Friday, crew chief Mike Ford said, but they still believe they have a really good car. We'll see if they can stand out at the end. Vince?
The 5 car of Mark Martin, you know, they crashed out early and finished last in April. It's been much better so far today. Hasn't been able to make the bottom of the track work, but he really likes the way the 5 car is working up top. As far as the 47 of Marcos Ambrose is concerned, they suffered a little bit of nose damage earlier. They checked it on their previous pit stop, didn't think it was going to be an issue, but the car has definitely tightened up, and Ambrose wants crew chief Frank Kerr to address it during the next pit stop. The 18 of Kyle Busch. Of course, this is the final day that Steve Addington will be working as the crew chief for Kyle Busch. Dave Rogers will take over next week at Texas. Rogers is not here this week, but he says the transition at the shop has been smooth, and Steve Addington's been very communicative. As Dale Jr. takes the lead, we'll go to Shannon Spake.
And as the fans stand on their feet cheering the 88, David Rudiman, who's currently running in the top 10, 8th right now, recovered from a pit road incident earlier where he ran out of fuel, stalled the car, right now made his way back into the top 10. He was your leader earlier in the race. Right now, he is comfortable right there.
The 31 of Jeff Burton. It's been a pretty solid run for Burton. Todd Barrier, the crew chief for the first time in this car. They were 10th here in April and having another good run here today, and they've been few and far between for the 31 and Jeff Burton. He's due, and even if you get it here at Talladega, you'll take it. Wow, look at that. 3 wide, 3 rows back at least, and the 16 car of Greg Biffle has been in the mix. He's been a little bit tight, but he says the car is okay, wants to pull out and take the 6 with him, but so far they haven't been able to do that. But look at that racing as we go back to Doc.
Thanks, Giles. Look at this group now moving down. We're moving in on pit stops, guys. The pit stops are about 8 or 9 laps away, and we saw a 17-car draft on the bottom of the racetrack reeling in the leaders.
Yeah, all of a sudden somebody decided to go racing. I wonder what sparked that.
Well, it sparks it because we see, looks like Martin Truex coming, but you spark it because this is whenever you start seeing what your car's got. You want to get up close to the front as you get ready to make these pit stops, and you want to get with your drafting partner. So that's when business kind of starts picking up, is right before these green flag stops.
Making some deals there in the pits. You see them talking down there. Red Bull, Home Depot talking. The one car, Martin Truex Jr. on pit road. He was the first car to peel off to come in to make this stop.
Yeah, you got to think that this is not a scheduled stop because he would want to pit with some other cars, and it's about 7 or 8 laps early. He's going to be out there running basically by himself for a few laps.
Yes. Hard. You see the code, Joey.
Bonus points. Juan Pablo Montoya becomes the 15th different driver to lead today. We've had 22 lead changes.
Or is he going to be able to lead?
He led the last time by, but he won't lead this time by. You're right, Andy.
Not this time.
Harvick back to the front with help from Denny Hamlin pushing him. See, Hamlin does back off in the corner, gives him a little bit of space there.
Mark Martin back there running in 3rd position. He will fall in line. Kyle Busch now on the bottom trying to lead that
Here
inside
comes Mark
track.
Mark's got a big push now from Montoya.
Yeah, and when you back off like that, that allows these other cars to get that run. Here comes Kyle Busch.
Harvick just a sitting duck at the end of the backstretch.
These guys getting pretty close there with Harvick and Hamlin and Michael Waltrip. All of these cars getting pretty tight right there.
Here comes a group. Here's the 99 car of Carl Edwards peeling off. Coming down for his scheduled stop. Biffle is in. There's Elliott Sadler is in. Let's go down to Jamie.
And Carl Edwards pitting with his teammate Eric Darnell. It's going to be 4 tires. They're going to take that tear off there. You see it? Fuel, fill it up with Sunoco fuel. No changes, Vince.
16 of Greg Biffle. He says it's just a little bit tight. They're making a chassis adjustment, a 4-tire change, and give him a fresh view out the front windshield with a tear off as well. Filling it up with fuel and a little slow on the left rear that time, guys.
Elliott Sadler down and away there in his Ford. He has led today. 15 different leaders. We had 25 different drivers lead this race in the spring.
Yeah, we still have a little off-sequence thing going on with all the leaders, all the cars on the racetrack. They did not pit under, all of them didn't pit under the last caution, so their last pit stop was under green, and that's why you see some cars still pitting a little bit earlier than others because they're a little bit off-sequence by as much as 5 laps.
Yeah, and these drivers got to be careful. We saw some mistakes being made on coming into pit road and leaving pit road the last time. That got some guys penalties, got them a lap down, so you have to be extremely careful.
An outside tire violation on the 16 car will force NASCAR to make a pass-through penalty call on Greg Biffle.
You have to have all of the tires on the inside half of the pit box before you can leave the pit stall.
We can show you what happened to Greg Biffle here. Outside tire violation.
See him changing the right side tires right here. Now they have to take these tires that are coming off the car and get them to the inside half of the pit box before the car can leave. And you see this tire just get out past that halfway point. That'll draw a penalty.
The rule book says the tires have to be attended.
Well, if they go get that tire and bring it back inside the inside half of that pit box, Greg can leave. But if it's over the outside half, then they have to go get it before he can leave or they'll draw a penalty.
And you saw the pass-through penalty there. Here these guys, some of these guys still waiting, trying to get in position to come on pit road to make their next stop. Mark Martin is the leader. There's the pushing right there. Kyle Busch, Harvick, Hamlin, Earnhardt, Montoya.
Well, some of the shuffle here, cars coming off of pit road. Carl Edwards had just come off pit road. Now look at Junior making the move on Mark. Getting a little racy up front now.
Boy, that was a nice move Junior made right there. Getting awful close, but he's making it work.
Going around the 43 car of Sorensen. These two foul, and Mark Martin, the high line, holding well up top. There's a 0-9 on pit road by himself. The one here back in the spring, Brad Keselowski.
And it's not what you want to do, but as Andy was pointing out, sometimes you put yourself in that position. You have to get in to get fuel.
Most of the leaders said they'd be in around lap 98. Here's a 78 car on pit road, Regan Smith, who nearly won this race a year ago. He was the first one back to the checkered flag, but by passing below the yellow line was penalized and finished 18th. Now a group peeling off right side of your screen as they will come down to make their scheduled stop. Kyle Busch, David Reagan, Joey Logano, and David Rudiman on pit road. In the 18 pit, Vince.
Watch the front tire changer, Nick Odell, go to work. It's going to be a 4-tire change for Kyle Busch. He's won 4 times this season. He's won here at Talladega back in April of '08. In fact, he won here this weekend in the Truck Series. He's got a 4-tire change going, Dave.
His teammate Joey Logano on pit road as well. They will make a 4-tire change as well. Had a little bit of a vibration that time. They thought he might have thrown a wheel weight. Efficient stop. He'll get to exit with his teammate and get back into the fray. Shannon?
David Rudiman took 2 right side tires only for the 0-0, trying to make his way down pit road and get back out there in the traffic.
Thank you, Shannon. More cars now peeling off to make their stop here as we come down and click away to lap 97. There comes Hamlin, Montoya, Kenseth, and the 12 car of Stremme. Down in the 17 pit, Vince.
Matt Kenseth has had a solid run today. You see the tear off there. He just doesn't feel like he's got the speed to run on that top line with so many of the other faster cars. Even in the draft, he feels like he can't keep up, but we'll see if that changes as the race goes. Shannon.
Well, they wanted Juan Pablo Montoya to pit about lap 95, but he said, guys, I cannot get down. 4 tires for the 42 car. Dave.
The same problem for Denny Hamlin last lap, and so Mike Ford, his crew chief, told him, you have to pit this time. You have to. 4 tires for Denny and full of fuel.
There's the race off. See Stremme in the 11 of Hamlin trying to get out. Got to believe here come the other leaders that should be coming on the pit road here momentarily. A big group now. They had to come down.
Oh, contact right there with Mears and Gordon.
Let's go down to Jamie.
And Casey Mears, that first pit box coming from 195 miles an hour down to 55. He's in his box, 4 tires, no adjustments. He can't speed this time, Vince.
The 5 car of Mark Martin, they've made a 2-tire change on the right side. Now coming over to the left, and the fresh tear off as well. Fuel, Sunoco fuel for the Mark Martin car. Shannon.
After running up front for most of the race, Jeff Gordon has hung back. It is 2 tires for the 24 team. Dave.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. will take on 4 tires. Jimmy Johnson will come down for a 4-tire stop. Brian Vickers on pit road. Bobby Gordon as well. It's a mess down here, guys, and they all race off pit road, trying not to speed, by the way.
Well, they're almost 3 wide exiting the pits. You saw Earnhardt Jr. getting there. Good stop for the 24 bunch for Jeff Gordon. You see Jimmy Johnson at the back of that group in the 48 car.
You can see them. They have to stay below this yellow line here. They can't go up onto the racing surface until they exit turn 2 on the back straightaway.
Here's the damaged 2 car of Kurt Busch in for his service. Had some bump drafting, pushed the rear end in, cut a tire. Also the 47 car, who was being shown as our leader, Marcus Ambrose. Vince.
The 47 car of Marcos Ambrose. Remember, they had some nose damage we reported on earlier. Now they've got some left rear damage that they have to repair. So Ambrose, who had such a good run here in April, a lot of contact so far today in the early going.
Ambrose finished 4th here back in April. Here is the 9 car. A little bit of damage on that right front fender. We'll watch him work on that car. Dave.
Yeah, they're going to have to take a little extra time here, Doc, just to make sure it's not rubbing. Casey hadn't lost the pack out there, so they'll definitely take on 4 tires and fuel. And you see them pounding that out just to make sure that they get it all taken care of up there. It looks just like 2 tires, and that's all they'll do.
That's a very efficient stop for the 9 team right there. They just got right side tires so they could spend some extra time fixing that fender, which that tire did make it that full run without blowing out, so they got lucky there.
Casey Kane being shown back in 32nd position on the lead lap. It was tough getting on. It is tough getting on pit road and getting off here at Talladega. Watch the grouping here. Watch a 24 and a 07.
I don't think that Jeff Gordon realized just how early Casey Mears' pit stall was coming up here. He had to get to the left to get in it.
So the leaders have cycled through their pit stops. We are past the halfway, and Denny Hamlin is showing the way here at Talladega.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC, brought to you by UPS. See David Reagan go head-to-head with UPS drivers in Maximum Driver at racing.ups.com. Aflac, we've got you under our wing. And Chevy and our award-winning cars, trucks, and crossovers.
Denny Hamlin is the leader just past halfway of today's Amp Energy 500 at the Talladega Superspeedway. 85 laps to go. You see the long line of cars at the head of the pack. And from the pit studio, Alan with Rusty, Ray, and Brad. Interesting that the guys who stopped earlier in that sequence of green flag pit stops, Ray, are now the guys out front.
And sometimes, Alan, it comes down to something as simple as those guys pit early. They've got a clear pit road, clear exit off the racetrack. And when they get back on, they've got the benefit of that big draft from the big pack.
About to put Greg Biffle a lap down. Remember, Biffle had to come for the pass-through penalty. He's in 34th place, and he's now a lap down. Close call a minute ago in traffic off turn 2. Watch Mark Martin in the 5 and Juan Pablo Montoya in the red 42.
Yeah, you see Montoya up at the top side of the racetrack there. He decides he wants to get to the bottom, and he wants to get to the bottom in a big hurry. Take a look at these change lanes. He runs Mark Martin down on the line. Martin gets on the throttle, gives the position back to Montoya, the proper thing to do, but got a little tight there for a while, guys.
That was the right guy to pull down in front of, too. Mark Martin, one of the most aware guys on the racetrack and probably one of the most forgiving race car drivers as well. Gives him plenty of room to get himself straightened up. You see Montoya's hand come out and say hello.
And Montoya, sorry about that. And of course, Kevin Harvick able to go by the both of them. Mark having to lift out of the gas because the yellow line is out of bounds. If you go below the yellow line and advance your position, you can be penalized. Debris on the racetrack off of turn number 4 brings the yellow flag out in this race for only the 3rd time. And if you're just joining us for most of the day, championship leader Jimmy Johnson has cruised around at the back of the pack, and no, we have not seen the big wreck yet. In fact, we haven't seen a lot of the typical racing we're used to at Talladega because of a stern warning NASCAR issued to the drivers earlier today that they would penalize for what they considered excessive bump drafting or pushing in the draft. Guys have basically gone out of their way to leave space between cars and make sure they don't run afoul of the law. And remember, we talked about Greg Biffle just getting lapped a second ago. Well, caution, he's the first car lap down, so the Biff is the Aaron's Lucky Dog free pass. He gets to come back around on the lead lap, and Greg Biffle in 34th spot. Good break for him.
Great break for him. I'll tell you, though, I've been watching this whole race. These guys have been minding their P's and Q's so good. They've been so calm. But they have showed me signs that they can get really racy and get back up front and get these things together. And I fully expect within the next probably 30 laps, all heck's going to get crazy out there, guys. They're going to get real racing.
I think we're going to see some pit stops right here. The guys are going to be looking. You know, they're keeping fuel in these cars so they can keep running, as you said, Alan. But right now, I think even the guys that just pitted a few laps ago are coming. They'll probably put tires on and put some fuel in them. See a lot of 2-tire stops and gas right here.
All right, so we'll see what kind of strategy unfolds. Remember, everyone just on pit road between laps 89 and 98 in a green flag cycle a minute ago. So it's Hamlin, Stremme, Reagan, Logano, Kyle Busch, your top 5. And as predicted, here they come.
Here they come.
Jamie?
David Reagan having a great day, comes in 3rd. It's fuel only going to top this baby off. Car is good. He's down and away, Vince.
18 of Kyle Busch. They're not going to make any tire adjustments at all. Just a track bar adjustment and fuel for Kyle Busch. Shannon.
6-time Talladega winner Jeff Gordon did his pit box. It was right sides last time. It's left sides this time. Dave.
The 11 of Denny Hamlin. Fuel only. He's already gone. Jimmy Johnson wanted 4 tires on his car.
And if you're Jimmy Johnson, again, another good way to ensure that you're toward the tail end of the pack, since that's the strategy he's employed for much of the day. And also, again, Ray, you're the championship leader. You've got to play conservative, right?
You do. And you're seeing guys right now, some guys that put on left sides, just like Jeff Gordon, they might be the last time they put lefts on during the day. What they're going to try and do, if they have to pit under green and put 2 cans of gas in the car, they'll probably put 4 on. But if they come to pit road under caution, they're just going to put right sides on that thing and keep that track position.
David Ruderman with some damage that he sustained, perhaps in a little dust up out there in the draft. And we saw Marcos Ambrose with the damage earlier when he pitted from the lead. His crew taking the time to make a patch.
On their Big Brad here, they're beating your car with a hammer, buddy.
That's not what we're supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be, he had a good run going. They'll get that straightened out, get Marcos back in the top 10.
Brad Daugherty, one of the co-owners of that 47 car. So under caution for the 3rd time, 82 laps to go at Talladega.
Now Sprint brings you an inside look at the chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup on the Now Network. Our current top 3 in points are, of course, Jimmy Johnson, Mark Martin, and Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon now being shown 91 points back. And the top speed of the day, how about 199 miles an hour? That was a 17 car of Matt Kenseth being clocked at 199. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. Under caution here for the third time a day, and get a look from high above 3,000 acres. This complex here at Talladega Superspeedway, courtesy of our good friends at Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Now let's amp up for this restart. We will have telemetry on the lead car. That is Denny Hamlin.
You're good, come on. Outside is still outside, all good. Outside, barely. Clear low if you want it. At the 48 behind you, I don't know if he's ready to reach yet. Still clear low. Outside. Double file, all the way back. Still 2 wide. Still 24 outside on your right. Lane is you. Got 20, 2483 lined up outside. And a gap behind that 80 there. 39 went up behind. 16 cars outside, and there's a hole behind him if you want it. Got help coming. Help coming. 6 is getting a push into 5. Clear by 1. Direct inside. 3 wide at the 11. 3 wide. Outside, lined up outside. Still 3 wide. Still 3 lined up behind you. 2 outside. 2 outside. 39 outside in the middle. 2 wide. 2 wide. There's bottoms open if you need it. Outside. Still 2 outside. 2 wide. 3 wide.
That's the chatter. You hear the spotters talking to drivers back and forth. There's a hole there if you want it. 2 wide, 3 wide. You're going to hear that all day long at Talladega.
Yeah, that's why you have to get detailed information when these groups get like this. You got 3 wide. It's not hard to do, but you just need to know when you are 2 wide or 3 wide, because it makes a big difference on how much room you leave.
There comes Montoya right in the middle. They are 3 wide there. And we talked about different leaders. We've had now 18 leaders. How about the 7 car of Robbie Gordon, who led last time by, and now the 31 car of Jeff Burton comes by.
Yeah, he's got a huge push from Jeff Gordon down the back straightaway, but you see he had to back off from him in the corners. That's going to allow this inside group to come back, probably retake the lead.
Robbie Gordon, Joey Logano, the rookie behind him, Kyle Busch back there. We'll watch and see if the outside line can catch him. No, it'll be Robbie Gordon again this time by.
They can catch him down the straightaway, but because of being a little concerned if they're going to get a penalty for being too close in the corners, it makes it tough to continue that run and complete that pass on the higher side.
Looks like they got something going right now up the backstretch. See Gordon right against Jeff Burton. See the daylight right there between them in the turns. But it was enough of a push to get Jeff Burton out front now.
You see him really stacking up on the inside behind Robbie Gordon. Joey Logano and Kyle Busch. Robbie Gordon having a great run, though, Dave.
DJ, they sure are. New crew chief this week is Doug Richard. And Doug said they've got some good equipment there at Robbie Gordon Motorsports. He's just taking a look at it, looking at the setups and seeing what they can do with them. They take pride in their equipment. They've got good stuff now. What can we do to take Robbie to the next level?
Actually doing a good job for Robbie now, having led at Talladega. And NASCAR again reminding on their private channels all drivers and all crew chiefs about the bumping. If you just joined our coverage, they were told in the drivers meeting they cannot bump. You cannot remain in contact in the corners. You can do it on the straightaway. You can do the drafting on the straightaway and push, but in the corners, they have to see daylight between these cars.
We're finally seeing some great racing here. At least they're running 3 wide.
30 lead changes among 18 different drivers. Jeff Gordon, our leader. Back after this message and a word from our ABC stations. 73 laps remaining here in the Amp Energy 500 at Talladega. We had a couple of Toyotas leading that time by with Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin on the bottom of the racetrack, but up high comes a couple of Chevrolets. Now 3 Chevys. Couple of Hendrick cars. Jeff Gordon trying to push Dale Earnhardt Jr. by on the high side.
You see Gordon gives Jr. a nice push, but Jr. gets away, so that kind of halts his momentum for just a minute. Joey Logano doing a nice job out front here. Doesn't have a lot of experience at this racetrack. Here comes Jr.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. retakes the lead here. Looking back from his car, you see the 6-time Talladega winner, Jeff Gordon, giving him a nudge. You can only push on the straightaways. They got to back off in the corners.
NASCAR just started. They didn't blame anybody. They just said they want to see daylight on the bumpers. That's in the corners.
Talking to Denny Hamlin a moment ago, Denny Hamlin was actually glued to the back bumper, the 31 car, and they're just reminding Denny what NASCAR has warned him again, to abide by the rule.
Well, I'll have to say that a lot of these guys' wives are wrong. They are good listeners. They've listened to Mike Helton, and they've done exactly what he said. When Mike Helton gets up at the driver's meeting and speaks, you know that things are serious and you better take it very seriously. Not that David Hoops isn't someone that you pay attention to, but you know it's a serious situation when Mike takes the time to get up and explain everything.
Mike Helton, the president of NASCAR. We might mention the 78 car Regan Smith, last year's Rookie of the Year, has taken his Chevy to the garage area. Still 35 cars on the lead lap, 71 laps to go. We've had 34 lead changes among 19 different drivers.
You saw what happened to Jeff Gordon right there when he backed off of the bumper of Junior. He got passed right there. That 11 car just went around him on the outside.
Let's update the Jeff Gordon car. Shannon.
Jeff Gordon right now got left side tires on that last pit stop, guys, but I found it very interesting today when I went to Steve Letarte before the race, and I asked him, I said, you know, what kind of strategy are you going to play with the 48 and the 5 car today? It's all about having friends on the racetrack. He said, oh, no, not today. We are trying to beat them for the championship. We are playing our own game today. He said, listen, we won't do anything to hurt those guys, but we're out on our own today. What do you guys think about that?
48 car way back in the pack. The 11, meanwhile, makes a move and will take the lead. Hamlin takes over up front in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. The 48 car, Jimmy Johnson, being shown way back in 34th position. He had a 118-point lead coming into the day. And right now, folks, if this race were to end right now, that lead would shrink down to about, 40 points. Mark Martin, top of your screen, you see there the points as of right now on the racetrack.
Yeah, but Jimmy Johnson's looking at that scoreboard. So is Chad Knaus, and they know at the end of the race is lap 188.
That's right. There's 69 more agonizing laps to go here. So there's a lot that can happen in that time.
How soon do you make a move, DJ? When do you start if you're Jimmy and some of these guys that are trying to ride out of harm's way?
I mean, literally, if Jimmy's going to employ this strategy, you're going to wait till you got to be definitely inside of 15 laps. You just want to be going forward in those last 10 laps to make sure that you're gaining some spots. Their job and their objective wasn't to win here today. It was to minimize the damage and try just not to lose any more points than what they had to.
Remember back in 2000, this race, when the guy named Dale Earnhardt Sr. was running 18th with 3 to go and won the race.
The top 2 teams in the NFC South battle on ESPN's Monday Night Football as Matt Ryan leads the Falcons into the Big Easy to take on Drew Brees and the 6-0 Saints. It's Falcons Saints on ESPN's Monday Night Football at 8:30 Eastern. Coverage starts with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 Eastern Time. And with 66 laps to go at Talladega, the leader was Kyle Busch. Ryan Newman has just shot past him on the outside. We'll see if Newman's able to hold that lead at the start-finish line. Our aerial coverage today provided by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. Newman in the Army car on the outside. Kyle Busch in the M&Ms. And who's going to get it at the stripe? That would have been Newman's race if that were the last lap. And that's the kind of action Talladega's known for, and we're expecting to see over these final 65 laps. Couple quick thoughts from down here in the pit studio. First of all, the racing has changed here recently.
The racing has definitely changed. You can see they're starting to get a little impatient right now, but also they're trying to figure out what their car will do and if it will do it. Can they get from the back to the front? You see them lining up 3 wide right now. Ryan Newman leading the race. You see Elliott Sadler behind him right there. A lot of guys are checking out what their old hot rods do, and right now they're all handling well, guys. They know their cars handle good because this track is smooth, a lot of grip. Now, will the engine run? Can they get it up to the front?
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit more of that 3 and 4 wide racing that we're accustomed to, and it's been interesting. It's been pretty dicey back from mid-pack back. Guys up front seem very comfortable where they're at. They're just trying to pick their spots, bite about 30 more laps out of this thing, and then they'll really get after it.
Yeah, positioning for the end, and what we're seeing here is this type of racing today is providing some opportunity for guys that we don't normally see up front, like Elliott Sadler and David Stremme, giving those guys a good opportunity to get some airtime.
Yep.
Talladega always a place where upsets are a possibility. Remember, Jimmy Johnson continues to motor around at the back of the field in 33rd spot. And Doc, DJ, and Andy, we haven't seen the big wreck yet.
I was just going to say that, Alan. Yeah, that as if we're not going to see one. Let's hope we can get by without it here, but they are starting to mix it up. And how about the 9 car? What a job by Casey Kane. He has been back to the front. I mean, damage on the car. They repaired it, 2 tire stops. And now look where Casey's being shown right now in 7th position.
Yeah, that team's done a great job, and Casey has to stay in there. But Kenny Francis, the crew chief on this car, they decided to just get 2 tires when they made that pit stop and work on that fender and get the car back in shape. And they've done a good job and kept the car in contention. He's in the top 10. Well, he was, now he's 11th. He was the last lap. That's changing by the second. There's Kenny Francis.
It's going to change very quickly as Kenny watches, and you do as well. This pack right here, DJ, 31 cars all running together right here on the lead lap, all clustered in one little group.
Yeah, and I'm watching the middle here. I see David Stremme leading that. He's got Brad Keselowski right on his bumper. They're making some headway in the center. That's something these guys will be paying attention to also for later in the race.
And speaking of 31,
yeah, they better be paying attention right now, too. Not that they just have to later in the race. There's Jeff Burton leading this show.
How big would a win be for Richard Childress Racing? They have not gotten a win in that team across their 4 cars in the entire 2009 season.
Oh, it'd be huge. This is a great place to get it done, too.
But look at that squadron of fighter planes, 3 wide there, just lined up about 12 deep.
Now, I think these guys have used a lot of this. See Jeff Gordon pull out now. He's got help from Kevin Harvick right behind him, trying to go back to the front. These guys have used a lot of this first part of the race to see with these new rules as to what they can do and how they have to go about this new drafting. And I think they're getting a little more comfortable with everything. And I found it interesting, Dale Jr. said, as we talked to him before the race started, this takes us back 7 to 8 years ago as the way that you used to have. We didn't run into each other in the corners back then. You had to literally draft and use what you could. And so I think it's interesting. A lot of these guys didn't know what that was like, and now they're finding out.
We talk about how critical communications is. The 11 of Hamlin and the 18 of Kyle Busch. Listen in.
Denny, if we get clear again, you want to get up? Yeah, I was hoping you were going to do it there before they got to us. If you go, I can follow. So if you're clear, get up. I'll follow with my mirror. All right, if I get a hole, I'll squeeze out and let you in. But let me do it off on 4 because we got a longer way we can push down the front stretch.
That was about 3 laps ago, as now Kyle is right up there with Jeff Burton in that pack. And he backs off just a little bit. That was a few laps ago. They were on the bottom groove. They've now moved to the high groove, and his teammates, they can see what they can do, but they're back in the pack now.
You know what I see going on right now? They're pushing this issue a little. They're pushing each other a little bit in the corners, a lot on the straightaway, and NASCAR's not letting them, not saying much to them. They're letting them get away with it and race, and they're putting on a great show right now.
Yeah, the biggest thing is I think that NASCAR, they're not running into each other, and I think they've gotten a message across. They're not, even though they might be right there on the bumper, they're not hitting each other in the corner to create big problems.
Yet. Here at Talladega, we just mentioned we have not had the big one. Hopefully we won't, but typically Talladega, the big one is multi-car crashes. And look at the 2-car looking back. There's a little bump. There is Tony Stewart.
Yeah, I saw Tony drop back just a minute ago. I think he's kind of checking out exactly how far back he can be and how long it takes him to go to the front.
That 2 and the 44 are fighting to get the lucky dog the free pass. 44 will be coming in. Kurt Busch was 2 laps down because of that cut right rear tire, now showing himself only a lap down, and he would be the car that would get the free pass because Allmendinger now in the pits. Jeff Gordon led the last time by. He backed out, and now Kevin Harvick again at the front of the field. 102 races ago. That's the last time Kevin Harvick went to victory lane. Laps clicking away here in the Amp Energy 500 NASCAR Sprint Cup Season Series race at Talladega Superspeedway. Laps are clicking down, and so is the points lead for Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy hovering in the back of the pack in 33rd position, and folks across the top of your screen, take a look. The points lead right now, it is Jeff Gordon in second spot, less than 60 points back. You see Jimmy Johnson there at the back of the pack.
Yep, just sticking to his plan right now. We'll see how that works out. We won't know until the end of this race, lap 188, how that worked for him all day. We've got a lot of great racing up front. Right now being led by David Stremme, doing a fantastic job out front.
Jimmy riding in the back of the pack. Now, we told you since the chase began in 2004, take a look at the percentage of crash probability. You see who has the highest crash probability percentage here at Talladega? It is the points leader and 3-time champion Jimmy Johnson, almost 64%, 7 wrecks in 11 starts here at Talladega. Dave.
And guys, Jimmy Johnson said Chad Knaus, crew chief, and I didn't talk a lot about this race until just recently, but it was kind of like the 300-pound gorilla in the room. We knew it was there. We knew we'd have to address it at some point. And they spent an hour and a half on the phone on Thursday just kind of going over things and going over things and going over things. And you know what they came up to at the end? We really can't control what happens out here today. Let's just try not to lose those points, and at the end of the race and see what we get.
Thank you, Dave. Chad Knaus looking on very pensively, and Jimmy Johnson, he looked up our analyst, Dale Jarrett, because, Dale, you were very good at being able to know what to do here to get a good finish. Your last win came at Talladega. And, DJ, what did you and Jimmy talk about?
Just a number of different things, and I don't know if I was good at it or if I was just luckier than most people. I think that had a lot to do with it. But, we just talked a lot of different scenarios. When was the right time to go, and how hard it is to be patient, because it is something that's difficult to do. As we see great racing up front here, but Jimmy just wanted to kind of know exactly how I went about things, and, he's doing a great job. If I had to tell him right now, though, I think if he's actually going to employ this strategy, he's up there a little bit too close for my liking. I would hang out a little bit further back in case something does happen, because he'd have a hard time getting stopped right now.
Look at the top 5 right now at Talladega. David Stremme looking for a job in 2010. He's out of this car. The 07, Casey Mears, may be looking for a ride. This car looking for sponsorship for next year. Brad Keselowski will be going in the 12 car. He won it back in spring. Clint Boyer has not won this year, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. has not won since last spring at Michigan. These 5 guys desperate to get to victory lane.
Yeah, where everywhere else we've seen a lot of chase drivers up in the top 10. We've got one in the top 11 right now. Of course, that changes with about every straightaway and every corner. Brad Keselowski doing a great job. We didn't see much of him until he won that race here back in April. Vince?
That's right. In fact, he was the 10th different driver to score his first ever Cup win here at Talladega when he scored that victory in April, and he's running back up front right now too. He says it's too soon to make a move, but he feels like the car's pretty good. He wishes he could run the bottom groove, but right now he's stuck up top. Says the car's got a little bit too much push to run comfortably up there. They'll look at fixing that on that final stop if they get an opportunity.
It is the same car he won with back in the spring here, Vince, and they have Hendrick horsepower. So now he moves right up in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr., another Hendrick car.
Here comes the Childress cars right there. Nose to tail, the 07 Casey Mears and Clint Boyer in that 33. See Harvick down the bottom in the 29 car. They're going to try to get together at the end of this thing and try to see if they can get it done. Here comes Casey Mears again.
Remember, Mears was a lap down, had to be because of a speeding penalty on pit road, and he will pull down there and let his teammate Kevin Harvick try to ease in and catch him.
You see Denny Hamlin getting complete. Oh, he's blowing up. He's blowing up. The 11 is. That's going to bring the caution out too.
I'm getting out of everybody's way. Just stay on the apron. What's your temp?
Man.
195.
Talk about bad luck. These guys have had just a lot of bad luck. They've run great in every chase race and just had
they're snake bit for sure.
Yeah, a lot of bad fortune.
Back-to-back DNFs at California and Charlotte, and then they dominate, lead 206 laps and win at Martinsville, and now again a DNF, third time in 4 races here in the chase for Denny Hamlin. We are under caution for the 4th time a day, 51 laps to go, and troubles for the 11 car. Under caution here at Talladega for the 4th time a day, the 11 car of Denny Hamlin limping on the pit road and finally able to turn and make the entry into the garage area. A plume of smoke, and because the 11 car was trying to get on the pit road without any power, NASCAR closed the pit road again and did not allow anyone to come down. There's the 11 finally making the turn and heading into the garage area.
Yeah, with no power and this 11 car just barely moving on the pit road, they couldn't afford to let all the cars come down there and try to avoid him, so they decided to let Denny get his car into the garage area. They'll open pit road next time by.
Yeah, another lap under caution here. Going to open up some interesting scenarios as far as some people may make it on fuel from here.
It is. This is now getting just outside of that pit window and possibly inside the pit window for some cars. So it's going to get dicey right here.
It's already been dicey for this guy, the 2 car. He gets the Aaron's Lucky Dog free pass. Kurt Busch has come now from 2 laps down. And this caution will allow him to get back on the lead lap. That will put us now 35 cars on the lead lap with less than 50 laps to go here at Talladega.
Andy and I were just talking, look at that car a while ago. He was up in the middle, you know, trying to keep himself in that position as far as getting the free pass. Cars beat all the pieces. They've got patches on and everything else, but still running around here.
It's kind of the way this team's been all year. They've just been holding it together, staying in contention, still staying in contention to win the championship.
You know, he's the only driver in the chase that's had top 10 finishes in all 3 of the plate races this year. So somehow Kurt Busch, even though he had troubles early in the year, is able to battle back. The same thing happened to him at Daytona. He was involved in the big one early on, got all crunched up, had a problem with the tire, and still fought back and finished 10th in the Daytona 500.
Yeah, look at this car. They've got Bear Bond taped all over at the front, right behind the front tire. It's been caved in. You can see the back bumper and the rear quarter panel.
Now, he had been bump drafted from behind and had a tire rubbing there, and apparently the tire goes down. This was the issue he had on the racetrack.
He got a big shot from that 83, which made that right rear rub and then ended up cutting that tire, causing this spin and the damage that we see on the right side of the tube.
And all those pit stops put him 2 laps down. Well, this could be the money stop, could be the final stop, depending upon how much fuel mileage you get. 07 headed your way, Jamie.
And Casey Mears, they told him, let's pack the fuel, 4 tires, but they said they will have to stop again. Of course, working with Doug Randolph, new crew chief, for the first time, communication has been good. They're back on the lead lap. Vince?
Brad Keselowski really liked his car after the last pit stop. They're going to add some tape and 2 tires, the right sides only. Shannon?
Team told Clint Boyer that he can make it to the end from here. 4 tires for the 33. Dave?
On your screen, Dale Earnhardt Jr. calling for a 4-tire stop. No chassis adjustment for Jr., giving up 2nd place. Jimmy Johnson has some damage on the left rear quarter panel with a bump from Brian Vickers. They get a close look at it, but have decided there's nothing wrong with it. The championship leader will take on 4 tires and leave pit road.
Race obviously the big gainer there. Jeff Gordon up 5 positions. Earnhardt Jr. They really wanted to pack that car full of fuel. He lost 4 spots with that pit stop. Let's go over the wall here down in the 7 pits with Mark Hollywood Armstrong. Listen in.
Okay, we're about 10 away. We're going to do 2 tires. We'll be waiting on fuel. Let's have some fun. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're up. Whoa, how about that? Come on, baby, go. Go, baby, go.
What a great pit stop by Hollywood and company, and they've gotten that 7 car back out of the pits. Robbie Gordon being shown right now 10th on the racetrack. He has led the race today. Going to be a shootout here in the final 48 laps. Back in a moment. Under caution here on the Amp Energy 500 at Talladega for the 4th time today. Denny Hamlin, one of our chase contenders and one of the fastest cars on the track, now sitting still in the garage area under the hood with an engine issue. Cars that came on pit road, we had 17 cars come back in and pack it full of fuel, including our Points leader and defending champion Jimmy Johnson. There you see some of the guys coming off the 5 car, the 14.
Yeah, you can see they're taking this time to make this extra pit stop because they're right at the edge of making it on fuel.
Under caution, we will come back with a restart here, folks. 35 cars still on the lead lap. Folks, to refresh your memory, what a finish we had here back in the spring. The 99 and 09 cars were 7th and 8th. With 2 laps to go, they hooked up nose to tail and were able to draft Bob. On the final lap, Edwards, the block, the contact. Edwards gets airborne, hits Newman. Keselowski comes down to get his very first win, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. finishes second. Set for the restart here, 46 laps to go, and the guy who won it here in the spring in the same race car is leading here at Talladega again. Brad Keselowski, Jeff Gordon, David Stremme, Robbie Gordon, and Martin Truex, the top 5. And just a moment ago, by the way, 12 more cars came on the pit road again to top off with fuel.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars that can make it now from here with about 46 laps to go, now 45 laps to go. Should be able to make it to the end. There'll be a few of them that may not be able to. Some of them that didn't make those extra pit stops may be short on fuel.
David Stremme trying to push the 24 car of Gordon by, and Jeff Gordon will have the lead. Robbie Gordon, meanwhile, on the top, trying to push the 09 of Keselowski by.
See, Gordon is able to take the lead with the help of Keselowski. They get nose to tail coming down the front straightaway through the tri-oval here.
Here comes Kevin Harvick now pushing Clint Boyer, his teammate, in the 33. You can see there, Keselowski moves right up in front of him. He saw the momentum coming in that outside lane.
Boyer jumps out of line.
Boyer down on the inside. He'll need some help in the draft. He gets alongside the 24 car, and here comes the 12 behind him. Stremme is there. Truex is there to help the 33 in the draft.
See, Jeff Burton goes to the middle of the track there, trying to get some help to go up through the center.
Now Burton will get a little drafting help from Robbie Gordon and Montoya in that middle lane.
See 2 guys up in that high side working together too. That I see is Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Elliott Sadler.
Junior going down in the middle and goes underneath the 9 of Keselowski.
Yeah, you can see David Rudman really got loose at that point.
Dave.
And guys, Dale Earnhardt Jr. early in this race believed that the top line was the only way to go. He said you go to the bottom, you go backwards. But we've seen just recently he'll go to the middle as well. Haven't seen him test that bottom line, but Andy, I was going to quiz you this week what line you wanted. So far, Junior thinks top and middle.
I like the top. I've always liked the top. You know, we won with Bobby Hamilton Sr. here. He started working that top lane late in the race and got by Tony Stewart to win it. So ever since then, I've kind of liked the top.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like the top is you're boxed in. If something happens, you have nowhere to go.
Let's hear from a disappointed Denny Hamlin. Jamie.
Well, many people said Denny Hamlin was the car to be coming in here. Now you find yourself in the garage again. Denny, how do you explain the emotion?
Well, it's just, you know, we take 1 step forward and then 2 back, it seems like. Yeah, but it's we had a great car, that's for sure. Our FedEx Camry was strong as anyone, if not stronger, but just couldn't keep it together. It's a different issue than what we had at Charlotte. This one looks to be the bottom end, where there was the top end on the at Charlotte. So no telling what really let go. It looked like connecting rod because we got a lot of oil all over the place. So you know, it's just going to make, hopefully it'll make our engine department stronger and our team stronger. And, you know, when we set up ourselves for a championship next year, we won't have mechanical issues, and then we'll be able to fight them at the end.
NASCAR warned you guys before this race you cannot push each other in the corners. How did that change the way you guys raced today?
It changed it quite a bit. I mean, I think everybody set up to do the 2-car hookup, and we did as well. And you know, we weren't able to execute it. Now it's just going to be interesting to see. I see the longer it gets in the race, the more guys that are starting to really push the limit in the corners. But it's tough to give us something and then tell us how to drive it. So when the guys are going to go for the win, you're going to see guys using the corners.
All right, thanks, Denny Hamlin. His 3rd DNF, all in the chase. Doc.
Thank you, Jamie. And unbelievably, a moment ago, during the interview, you saw that Casey Kane became our 24th different leader today. And now he is dropping.
Yeah, he's dropping like a rock now. I don't know if that's by design, but he did get up there and lead a lap.
He did, and I was going to say, it's not many times that you talk about teammates helping each other pushing, but you had Elliott Sadler, who's a teammate of Casey Kane. Well, one's in a Dodge and one's in a Ford, so a little different scenario, but Elliott doing a great job in that Ford out front right now.
Elliott trying to hang on. If the rains had come 30 seconds earlier in February, Elliott Sadler would have won the Daytona 500. He
Look
was
at
leading.
Montoya go here. Man, he jumped from 5th all the way to 2nd right there.
That's the car he won the pole in here back in April. Juan Pablo Montoya now running in 2nd spot. Stremme is 3rd. Burton and Gordon 4th and 5th.
Okay, here's Jimmy Johnson still running at the back. Now, if you'll remember back during practice a couple days ago, Jimmy Johnson and Michael Waltrip were running right close together, and they were using that 2-car draft where they were touching each other through the corners. They got called down for it. Michael Waltrip got parked for a time. I wouldn't be surprised now if we see those 2 cars hook up late in this race and drive straight back to the front.
Juan Pablo Montoya now takes the lead. He had led 1 lap earlier. And there's that gaggle of cars, 33 of them coming by. And look, back in 33rd position, there's the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
Still plenty of time to go in this race. I mean, we've got 39 laps to go, so plenty of time to make your way up there. You can see how quickly things change up through there.
There is a little bit of a mentality, though, that when you make that last pit stop, that now is time to go. But here today at Talladega, I'm not sure that you want to do that. I think you want to wait a little bit longer. If you've done this all day, like you said, stick with it. You see now, there's the 55 car, Michael Waltrip. He's just hanging back there with Jimmy. I wouldn't be surprised if you see these 2 cars hook up and go straight to the front. They know how to do it. And we heard Denny Hamlin say they started pushing it a little bit, and he wouldn't be surprised to see somebody use that strategy to get the win.
Yeah, Marcus Ambrose, sorry, DJ, got a good car. 4 wide here in the tri-oval.
Yeah, that's why I was just going to kind of piggyback on what Andy said, that we're seeing guys starting to push the envelope a little bit more here. They're side drafting off each other. They're a lot closer. That usually creates some contact. Everybody can't drive around here like this all the time, and somebody not make a mistake at some point in time.
Well, look at Elliott Sadler. He was the leader. Now he's dropping backwards there. Just lost the draft and went all the way to the back of that group. David Reagan able to slide up in line.
That's a great shot we're getting from the Goodyear blimp. See racing all over the place.
Montoya getting a push from Mears, and outside of Montoya, the 31 car of Jeff Burton. Update Montoya. Shannon.
Juan Pablo Montoya having a great run today. I spoke with his crew chief, Brian Patty, right after that last pit stop. I said, how close are you guys on fuel? And he said, we are good to go. Now, if there's a green-white checkered, that might be a different story, but we're good to go to the end.
Good on fuel, and I got to believe they're pretty good on nerves. Juan Pablo Montoya, the faster you go, the better he likes it.
See Marcus Ambrose now, he's still working that top side of the racetrack, and his car's banged up. We saw him in there working on it in the pits. They've done a good job of repairing that left rear quarter panel.
Yeah, it's banged up all the way to the front right now, though.
Marcus,
great push here.
Absolutely. 4 top 5 finishes with Ambrose, 2nd at Watkins Glen, 3rd at Infineon and Bristol, and 4th at Talladega here in April.
Now check out the bottom lane. Here comes Jamie McMurray. Remember the beginning of the race?
He took off to the back. Now he feels it's time to go right now. I will say one thing. We're right beside the NASCAR control tower over here, and as the business has picked up out here, these guys they were sitting down, now they're standing up. They've got their binoculars out, so they're paying a lot more attention to what's going on right now too.
They call it the wild card race in the chase. Mark Martin says it's the lottery. It is a high-speed game of chance here at Talladega. Anything can happen, and it usually does here in the final laps.
Oh, it's the most nerve-wracking racing you'll do. You've got a death grip on the steering wheel right now with everything that's going on out there. But hopefully you can make it to the end. You look back and say, man, that was a lot of fun to do that.
If you're wondering where Jimmy Johnson is, our points leader and 3-time champion, he's riding back there, trying to ride in some clean space. Johnson being shown right now back in 33rd position. Dave.
And I think the guy last shown in 34th might be that 55 car, maybe 35th, Michael Waltrip back there. Andy, to your point, Jimmy was asked about that during the rain delay on Saturday in the press room, and Jimmy said, oh yeah, we took off, me and the 55, and I certainly hope I can find him late in the race.
He's not going to have to look too far to find him. Just look in that mirror. He's hanging back there waiting also. And it would make a bit of sense to charge up through there right now, because this is the most intense part of the race now, this last part. And this is when you can actually get in a wreck. I mean, the wreck can happen up front. If you're going to employ this strategy, it's best to stay back there as long as possible.
Yeah, and I don't mean to repeat myself, but the one thing that I've said, and I told Jimmy Johnson, you have to make sure in those last 5 laps you're moving forward the whole time. If you go up there too soon, you're going to find yourself getting passed by those other guys that are coming back forward. Timing's what it's all about here, and you have to wait. You know, trying to be patient right now is difficult. You see those guys racing, you want to get up there and do it, but you've waited this long, you've got to wait till the right time.
I tell you guys, we were talking to Tony Stewart, or we were listening to Stewart earlier, him and Newman, they said with 30 to go, they're going to go for it. So we've got 4 more laps to see if these guys pick up the throttle and try to drive this thing up through the field. They got to make sure they can do it. I don't think anybody knows that they can get from the back to the front yet. I got a feeling some are going to start trying it here.
There they are lined up, Rusty, right together. This is, you spoke about, 26th and 27th, Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart. Stewart, who won this race at Talladega, the first time he'd won a Cup race at Talladega 1 year ago.
You know, Jimmy Johnson is in the best spot right here. He's able to hang on to the tail end of this draft, and if something happens in front of him, he can just stand on the brakes and not worry about getting run over from behind. That's the problem if you're in the middle of the pack. You can't try to avoid without getting run over.
It is Talladega. They run 2 wide and 3 wide at over 195 miles an hour. And right now we have 35 cars on the lead lap. 25 different drivers have led, and we have had 54 lead changes. And folks, business is going to pick up. Back after this message and a word from our ABC station.
ESPN's coverage of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on ABC, brought to you by Amp Energy. Before every moment, there is a moment. Amp up. Subway. For a limited time, hurry to Subway to enjoy the new low-fat buffalo chicken sub. Subway. Eat fresh. And Verizon Wireless, America's largest 3G network.
And the Amp Energy 500 down to its final 29 laps, looking down on the Talladega Superspeedway from Goodyear. Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com. At Goodyear Blimp, be a great place to watch these final 29 laps, because it's again shaping up to be another terrific Talladega finish. We have 35 cars on the lead lap. Just joining us, let's catch you up on what's unfolded so far today. It started with a stern warning this morning at the drivers' meeting. NASCAR President Mike Helton basically lowering the boom on the drivers that the bump drafting, the intentionally bumping the car in front of you and pushing him through the corner, trying to use the draft to gain speed to go around another car, was not going to be allowed this time. So far, no penalties been called today as we check out our race summary so far. 25 different leaders, 54 lead changes on the day. The caution flag is waved a scant 4 times for only 16 laps, and again, there are 35 cars on the lead lap of the 43 starters. Everybody that's not on the lead lap is just about in the garage. Only 2 cars running that aren't on the lead lap at this point. Most people should be good to go to the finish on fuel, is the speculation, Ray?
Yeah, they're close. Some of them probably are within 1 lap, but again, you're going to run that thing a little bit further, take a chance to run it out. Big question could be the green-white checkered. We're starting to see some guys really positioning here for the end, though. I'm watching a couple of cars that have slid to the back and looking for them to come forward here in a little bit.
We've all been talking down here. We all kind of took a little poll to each other about when we think the big one's going to happen. Look, we all hope it won't happen. We all hope it won't happen. But, hey, all 3 of these guys are within lap 177 to lap 180. They think something's going to happen. I personally believe them. That's when a driver gets really hopped up. He starts running out of patience. He feels like he's running out of time. He's got to get it done. And that guy in the very back there, Jimmy Johnson, running dead last. It's going to be amazing to see what he does and what lap he does it on to try to get that 48 car back up to the front, guys.
Johnson running at the end of the draft of cars. He's not last in the race running order. Let me just clarify that, Rusty, but he's at the tail end of that draft. Jimmy running around back there in 31st spot. And so right now it's Jamie McMurray that's out in front. And a pattern that we've seen all race long, Brad. Restart, guys running a pack. It strings out for a while. We're kind of at that strung out point here.
Yeah, guys race really hard after the first few laps, and then they just kind of get strung out, try to stay away from each other, keep it, their noses clean, so to speak. But as time ticks on, it will pick up. It's got to get more intense as we go forward here in these next 26 laps.
Good job, bud. The 14 cars talking about going here with about 25 to go. A couple guys up ahead, and we're starting to get antsy as well, so just be on guard here when they do start to split up.
Thoughts of Chad Knaus to his driver Jimmy Johnson, wondering when the charge from the back is going to begin. Again, Johnson back there in 31st spot as his team owner Rick Hendrick looks on. Hendrick's got a lot at stake in this one. His are the top 3 cars in the championship. Right now, Mark Martin is running in 10th spot. Jeff Gordon is running 16th. And Jimmy Johnson is still back there in 31st spot. Doc, DJ, and Andy, I was interested in watching Jeff Gordon get shuffled from the lead to 26th a little while ago.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that I thought maybe he was going back there to run with Jimmy Johnson, but he didn't go all the way to the back. I think he just did get shuffled, like Alan said.
He got back to about 24th position and has now climbed his way back up to 16th position. So right now the top running chase contender is Juan Pablo Montoya in 3rd position, and the 5 car Mark Martin back in 10th spot. Vince.
Well, as you said, they're starting to pick their partners right now and decide who they're going to dance with. And listen to this conversation, very interesting, between Mark Martin and Dale Jr.
The 88 needs to move down 2 foot off that wall further so I can push him better. I can't get up on him with him up that close to the wall.
Junior wanted to know if Mark wanted to go with him, and thought it was interesting. Mark Martin eventually said it's up to him. He's the one that's supposed to know the wind, and then he kind of chuckled. So he's hoping they know the wind as they go to the front, Dave.
Now, Vince, as the 88 moves in on Robbie Gordon, he's now got Mark Martin back behind him. Junior was told that Mark didn't really feel comfortable with Junior being up close to the wall like that, and that's why he wasn't going anywhere with him yet, or falling back just a little bit. And Junior said, I didn't mean to do anything. I was just kind of running up there to see what would happen. No big deal. I'll move down. So he's back down on the lane that's a little bit further off the wall. Mark's now comfortable with him if they want to take a shot as teammates.
That bottom lane now with David Reagan beginning to move up a little bit. And you see now the 88 and the 5 move down in front of the 6 there, as they will use the bottom line. Now the 88 moves down, as does the 5 car. That was 9th, 10th, and then the 13th place car on back.
Well, we're inside of 25 laps to go now, so some of these guys feel like that they need to start making their move, getting themselves positioned for the end of this race.
09, Brad Keselowski moving back, and he will fall in behind Carl Edwards.
Yeah, looks like the gloves are going to start coming off now. Inside of 20 laps, I'm sure it's going to be crazy. You see now everybody getting antsy. Okay, don't wait too long. We're going to go. Let's go.
Folks, in 4 of the last 8 races at Talladega, the race winner has led 3 or fewer laps in the race. That means they normally don't get there until it's time to go and wave that flag, and these guys are all got a shot at it. Now look at Jimmy Johnson. He's moving up on the back of this pack and starting to pick the throttle up, starting to turn a little bit faster laps each time by.
Well, he's starting to try to get himself positioned with some other cars here that he knows can help him go forward.
Yeah, what he doesn't want to do is, if he's got somebody that he wants to draft with, he doesn't want them to get up to the front without him. So if they're going to go, he almost has to go.
Yeah, you see in that group down on the inside, Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman, obviously teammates there. They've started making their move towards the front.
Earnhardt Jr. makes a move and takes the 5 car with him. He now will look to the high side and now look underneath the 17 car. Junior to 2nd position. Will he take the lead as he goes underneath McMurray?
Oh, yeah. Making everybody here happy. Now he's got some help from Casey Mears. Now you can bump down the straightaway, so all of that's okay. Just don't send him too far off as you get down into the corner.
So the 5-time Talladega winner now leads. Will be 20 laps to go this time by.
You see Jamie McMurray still there. He's got help and teammate Matt Kenseth right behind him.
We see Junior really doing a good job of watching the mirror. He saw the momentum coming on the top. He slides right up in front of Jamie McMurray, gets the push. Now he's still the leader.
Yeah, that's what he, just like his dad in that respect, so good at knowing exactly when to move up and take advantage of that draft that's coming.
There comes the 48 car, Jimmy Johnson moving up.
So we've got to be cautious here. It might be easy, but being cautious because we're losing the draft. You're going to get him. You're going to get him.
Yeah, and I agree right there. What you heard him say, he's about to lose the draft. Well, Michael Waltrip was back at the back of this, and he did lose the draft. He's back there with another 4-car group that completely lost touch with this lead group.
Yeah, but you're going to have a hard time losing it right now as long as you got somebody around you, because they're racing 2, 3, 4 wide now. So they're making a big hole. You've got plenty of room to get there.
Again, we have not had the big one, and hopefully we will not have the big one at Talladega. The wreck everybody talks about, the multi-car, 10, 15, 20-car wreck, 20 laps to go, 33 cars right there in the points leader, Jimmy Johnson being shown in 30th position.
You can see the 26 car had been right on Dale Jr. for quite a while. I think he had to get off. I don't know if he was worn there, if he just had to because of cooling aspects, probably because of that.
You see him making a move now on Junior.
Coming by point standings across the top of your screen, you see Mark Martin has closed the margin to 44 points, and McMurray takes the lead and brings Casey Mears and David Reagan with him.
Okay, this is going to be a good opportunity now for Junior to get Mark Martin right behind him, and Brad Keselowski is right behind Mark Martin. Now you've got really 3 Hendrick cars lined up.
Mark Martin goes by Junior, and now Jeff Burton will pull up in front of Mark Martin to try to pull that top line back toward the front.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing with Jamie McMurray, though. That's a fast race car, and Jamie's really good at drafting. He's run well at these plate tracks. It's another guy doing a great job. David Reagan, who won the nationwide race here earlier. He's right up there in the mix.
Oh, check this out. Look at Edwards going through the middle.
Look at Carl Edwards. He said the only thing he wanted to do today was finish the race with all 4 wheels on the ground. Didn't happen here back in April.
Well, we still got 18 to go here today, too. So I hope for his sake that he's able to do that also.
Look at this. 3 wide, 18 laps to go. 35 cars on the lead lap. It is Talladega NASCAR style. And look at the damaged 2 car still hanging down the bottom of the screen. There's the 2 car of Kurt Busch from 2 laps down.
Yeah, still right in the middle of this thing with his car completely destroyed on the right side.
And he's able to hang in there as long as he can stay tucked up on somebody and he has a car behind him. That helps him. Those aerodynamic disadvantage that he's at with his torn up race car doesn't really matter as long as he's in the middle there. I don't think he could get out front and lead.
Look at Jeff Gordon up there with a bump draft on the 17. And that
everybody, look at all the cars bump drafting down the back.
Chain reaction bump, the 17 into the back of the 88 car. And now here comes Earnhardt Jr. again.
I'm sure these guys, as long as they're in a pack, they're figuring NASCAR can't watch everybody, so hopefully they won't be looking at them whenever they take a little bit of a chance there. Here comes Casey Mears. He wants to lead now.
So going to be moving in on the 43 car of Reed Sorensen very soon to go by him. There's the 43 right in front of him.
Look how quickly Mears went back. He went to try to make a move for the lead and gets shuffled back, and he's back in about 14th now.
Remember, David Reagan running the brand new Ford engine, the FR9 engine, 3 years of development, the first time they've had it out of the box, and running up front here at Talladega. So is the 17 car, by the way.
Yeah, they have to feel good about what they've seen here today. It's lasted. It has seemed to have really good power. So that'll give Doug Yates and his people really good feeling as they get that engine ready to go to Daytona.
Yeah, he'll have a whole lot better feeling in 16 laps after they really finish the race. He wouldn't want you to be saying that just yet. But looks good so far. Boy, it's hard to pick a car out of this group that you think is the strongest car that might have the best shot at it.
Really don't. And you know, we talked about when they were riding around, they were bored. They're obviously not bored now. But the amount of skill that it takes to do all of this, not crash, not run into each other, it's just amazing. When I watch these guys, it's just simply amazed to see David Reagan trying to go for the lead on the inside now.
Last time by David Reagan, over 193 miles an hour. He has not led a lap today. If he can hold on, he will. And what about the 48 car, Dave?
Jimmy Johnson was told with 15 to go, we'll take a look at it. That was from his crew chief. Now the question is, who can he get with to lead him up there? They're going to try to move forward. Right now, Greg Biffle is the closest car to him.
Dave, back in the spring, Jimmy Johnson tried to play it safe here, started to move up, and with 8 laps to go, was involved in a 10-car crash, which produced a 30th place finish.
Well, I think that 16 car is a good car to draft with for Jimmy Johnson. We saw early in the race that Greg was able to push quite a few cars to the front and get the lead. What do you think, Ray?
Well, I think so. And we've watched Jeff in the 24 slide to the back, and we were wondering if he got shuffled back there, and he's moved up slow. And I've heard him say before and say on the radio he didn't want to make his move too fast. So I might be holding the reins back on him a little bit and telling him, hey, keep that 9 car in your mirror, because he's been able to push all the way back up there again.
All right, Jimmy Johnson at 48. We heard Chad Canal saying, hey, it's going to get a little nervous up there. Calm down a little bit. Jimmy's like, I'm going to get, man, they're losing the draft on me. I'm not convinced right now that Johnson's got a strong enough car to get his car to the front, guys. He's still in the very back of this lead draft right here and can't seem to get anything done right yet. I'm not convinced yet, guys.
Yeah, he's not totally worried, though, Rusty, about getting to the front. He's worried just about not wrecking and losing a huge amount of points today. This is a race they've given up the opportunities. We see Dale Jr. going for the lead right here.
All the way down on that yellow line, double yellow
Check out Strimmy on the top side, though. He's got Keselowski pushing.
Yeah, we saw that 09 push his way all the way to the front here earlier this year.
See, McMurray had thoughts of going up there and blocking that momentum. Made a good decision not to.
Yeah, where do you go now? You got him on the high side and the bottom side coming at you. But he's got a fast car and his teammate right behind him. I think I'd try to keep him there.
Bottom lane, David Reagan trying to push the 88 of Junior by. McMurray in the middle lane. And up high, the 12 car and the 09, Keselowski and David Strimmy. How important are these next 12 laps to David Strimmy, trying to get a ride, trying to impress somebody for 2010 to get a cup ride or at least a full-time ride in NASCAR?
Nothing looks better on your resume than a W, I can tell you that. And that's what David Strimmy's thinking about. Jamie?
Well, that would be a great way to top off a great run by David Strimmy. But right now, guys, they're saying they're going to be about 2 laps short. But they said they're going to risk it. They're going to stay out and go for the win.
Oh, man, 2 laps short. Yeah, you can't help but just go for it right now.
You see how far here goes Jamie McMurray back to the lead with that push from his teammate. You saw Dale Jr. trapped down on the bottom side there. That bottom lane's just not moving very fast. You see AJ Allmendinger blowing up, maybe.
That's the motor blowing up. He's down on the apron.
Down below the yellow line, and we stay green right now, or he was.
He needs to get back down on that apron.
There's the 48 car now beginning to get a little racing, moving up on the outside of Montoya and Ambrose. So Johnson now for the first time moving up in the mid-20s. He's 26th.
Yeah, now's the time to go on. You know, you've played your strategy, go. And if something happens from here, hey, so be it. You can't control everything.
Most of the guys in the garage area on Friday were talking about after practice that you got to wait till about 10 to go to make the move. It was 10 to go that time by here at Talladega. It was 8 laps to go in the spring when we had the last big one here. Those guys were getting really aggressive, and one mistake can take out 15 or 20 cars.
You see Strimmy back to the lead on that high side.
Yeah, it looks like Keselowski is committed to the back bumper of that 12 car, and that's really helping Strimmy.
Yeah, he was to Carl Edwards' back bumper, too, until it got time to win that race in the spring.
Oh, he's still thinking like that, too. He's still thinking win, but it's working for him right now to push this 12.
Jamie McMurray down, you see on the bottom of the track there, his last win, July of 07 at Daytona, 85 races ago.
Mark Martin up in the mix on that high side. He's the 3rd car in line on that top side.
What did Mark Martin say when the day began? He said, I feel lucky today.
Said last week, he said, I'm going to go to Talladega and race like nothing can happen to me.
He finished 43rd here in April. Inside line now beginning to move. There's McMurray. There is Kenza. And there is Jeff Gordon.
Kyle Busch in the mix, who won the truck race here yesterday with a great move on the last lap.
Keselowski, though, he is just glued to David Strimmy, and it seems to be working. That inside lane will get the advantage, but then that outside lane starts coming back. Uh-oh, you see him getting Strimmy a little squirrely.
Yeah, you got to be careful right there.
See Jimmy Johnson back there in the pack. He is caught in heavy traffic. looking for a place to go. Looks to the inside of Bobby Labonte, but there's no room down there because Harvick is there.
Yeah, Jeff Burton trying to pull that line on the inside up through there. Junior's called in that also, along with Robbie Gordon.
Update to 48, Dave.
Doc, the problem for Jimmy is he really didn't have a clear picture of who to go with. When he tried to go forward starting a couple of laps ago, he said, any ideas? Chad, his crew chief, radioed back, pick him off one at a time, and so far he hasn't found that great partner to run to the front. He's hooked up with the 2 now.
Dave, we've now had 57 lead changes. Look at the 2 car now, dive down in the middle groove there, and the 48 goes with it.
Well, you're going to have to make some daring moves right now and just go where you think that you can go the fastest, not lift out of the throttle. That's the important thing, is you're going forward right now.
They are reminding, meaning NASCAR, is reminding all the drivers that you cannot bump draft in the corner. They want to see daylight between the cars in the corners.
I'm having a hard time finding daylight in the whole field right now.
Folks, 16 times here at Talladega, the winner of the race made the pass for the win on the final lap, including 3 of the last 4 October races. Jeff Gordon right to the rear deck of the 17.
Not much daylight right there in that first 7, 8 cars, 9.
Here comes Casey Kane now with some help from Vickers.
Man, I tell you, Casey Kane doing a fantastic job in that car. It's just not up to par, but he's doing a tremendous job driving the wheels off of this thing today.
How about that Dodge? You talk about the Dodge that Casey King did. The last time a Dodge won here, folks, you got to go all the way back to 1976, 33 years ago, and it was Dave Marcus driving the K&K Insurance Dodge.
Look at Kurt.
Speaking of the Dodge, he might have a problem.
He may have a problem. It looked like he was trying to make a move, but he's got something wrong.
Size, what size?
Got a tire problem, sounds like.
We saw the 31 go down below the 48 there. It'll be 5 to go this time by. McMurray trying to hang on.
And Jimmy Johnson's still at the back. Nobody helping him at all. You see Carl Edwards right in front of him. But the teammates, the Roush teammates, are up front. See Matt Kenseth pushing Jamie McMurray.
Kenseth won the season opening Daytona 500, backed it up with a win at California the following week. It has now been 30 races since a Ford has gone to victory lane this year.
The other thing these guys are going to have to be careful of, somebody runs out of fuel in the middle of this, man, what a big problem that could create.
Now you can see that. If somebody run out of fuel right there in the middle of that group, it would cause a huge wreck. We've heard, oh, here's a car upside down.
Big time crash upside down.
It's Ryan Newman.
See Kevin Harvick there, Marcus Ambrose.
Ambrose is there, comes across, Harvick stops, and Newman's car comes to rest upside down on its roof. We were hoping it would not happen, and here with 5 laps to go, indeed it has.
Hell of a job.
I don't know what started that, but you see quite a bit of damage on that car. Flipped over 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I was looking out the window, but I could not see. That's so far, that's the furthest point away from us. Just couldn't tell what was going on there.
The safety crews are there immediately. They get in the car and will try to communicate with the driver. Kevin Harvick has pulled his car away. '39 car of Ryan Newman on its nose, on its tail, on its side, flipped over on its roof, and then slid down across the racetrack into the grassy area. 47 cars moved away of Ambrose, as well as a 29 of Harvick.
Yeah, these cars get turned around, like especially at the highest speed part of the track, at the end of the straightaway, and they get turned around and they just lift off the ground. And we could see it tumbling from that point.
Let's show you again what happened here. 5 laps to go at Talladega. We'll watch a car get turned around.
Oh, he and his teammate Tony Stewart got into the wall, but you can see it turns Ryan Newman around. As soon as it does, it's almost like that wing acts as to help to lift the car up. Lands on Kevin Harvick's hood. See Elliott Sadler there involved.
Elliott trying to jam the brakes on to keep him hitting the 39 as it was pirouetting up the track. He's able to miss it. Harvick able to get the car woe down as the 39 just comes rolling down on its roof onto the grass and comes over again another 360 before coming to rest on its top.
As you see him work with Ryan Newman here, these safety crews have been instructed as to what to do in these type situations. Make sure that they still have the driver's safety in mind.
Some of the drivers coming on the pit road there, the 48 is in. Some of these guys that were close on fuel. There's the 09 of Keselowski going by. Carl Edwards in.
The whole thing with Newman there is being complicated by the car being upside down. It's just so hard to get the belts off and try to get the driver out of there with the car sitting upside down. You can see they're being very careful. Got all the safety crews and NASCAR. There's some members of NASCAR down there also.
And these guys train over and over again, the safety crews that NASCAR have, for extricating a driver. The last thing you want to do at this point in time is get in a hurry. You want to take your time and care about the driver as the driver gets and sometimes the driver gets unhooked inside, and you don't want the driver to fall. Those belts are holding him in position.
Yeah, you don't want to unhook those belts too soon as you're upside down. And probably, if Ryan is probably okay and tell him, hey, turn this car over and then I can get out of here, because with it down like that, it makes it very difficult as a driver to get yourself out of that situation. So hopefully that's the case here, that Ryan is okay. He's telling him, hey, turn this over and we'll get out of here.
Now they have stopped the cars on the backstretch, 3 laps to go, because there will be a tremendous amount of cleanup here. There are the cars lined up on the back straightaway, and there was debris all over the racetrack. 29 car of Harvick has been on and off pit road a couple times trying to get some of the damage beaten out.
It was hard to tell exactly what those guys were in the outside lane, and it was Harvick and Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman, obviously teammates there, that got together, shot Tony into the outside wall and sent Ryan down across in front of the 29 car.
And Marcus Ambrose was there too and did a really nice job of staying away from the 39 and the 29.
Like probably a situation as they got to the end of the straightaway, they had a big draft going and somebody had to check up, and then that creates a situation of getting run into a little bit too hard and it turns the car.
Again, the wings and the aerodynamics of these cars.
You okay, buddy? Yeah.
And that was Ryan Newman on the radio. You just heard a moment ago as the crew asked him if you're okay. So obviously still buckled in the car, okay, able to communicate. And that's why NASCAR, as you said, DJ, is turning the car over as opposed to trying to get him out of the car. If he were seriously injured, they would have tried to get him out quickly and get him away. But now they can afford to turn the car over knowing he is strapped in and buckled in and okay.
And you can see as they're turning this car over, it's not the first time they've done this. They have this. They've practiced these things and trying to help. But when that car lands on that top, even though these cages are really strong, it'll push that roof down, and it just makes it difficult to try to get out. And I'm sure that Ryan was communicating that again, and this is what they're doing a fantastic job. And once again, the safety of these race cars take a spill like that, and it's great to hear Ryan Newman's voice.
Backwards, on its nose, on its side, on its top, over 360, down across the racetrack, on its top onto the grass, and now being gingerly turned back over onto its wheels.
I'm impressed how ginger they were able to do that. I thought they would have to flip the car over and let it land, but they did a good job of safely getting the car turned over and set back down without another kind of a big impact.
Now they typically will talk to the driver, communicate. The paramedic there will talk to the driver, communicate, ask some verbal questions before they will loosen the belts, before they will get in and try to get him out of the car. Now the question is access because of the roof of the car, even with the bars pushed down a little bit and limiting the space that the driver has to be able to get out and then get him out.
Now this new car has more roof area, more room up there. It's got quite a few inches there over the car that we used to run. So that's a benefit, but it does get, he was on that roof a long time, and it landed on its roof, so it probably knocked that thing down.
So they're going to try to cut it. Excuse me. They're going to try to cut access there, and this is for two reasons. Obviously, the limited access and having it bent down, but typically the protocol is you want to be able to get the driver to come straight up out of a car. Medically speaking, that's the protocol. You don't want him bending too much if you've had this kind of tumble, at least initially.
Indeed, that's good news from Tony Gibson. Ryan Newman is all right.
We just joined our coverage. This is Ryan Newman, whose car somersaulted with 5 laps to go. The crew has radioed Ryan. He has said he is okay in the car. He is still in this car, buckled in, and we have the field stopped on the backstretch here at Talladega under a red flag with just 3 laps remaining.
They've got a hydraulic device out there. They're going to cut the roll bars and cut this roof where they can get some really good access to Ryan. You can see there's NASCAR officials on the scene right there with the safety crews.
Yeah, there's a guy there that looks like he's talking to Ryan Newman as he sits there, just making sure that he's okay and understanding what is taken.
We are being told we can get confirmation from NASCAR next door that they have confirmed with Ryan he is awake and alert. And the reason they are doing this is because of what we just talked about, the limited access. The roof is pushed down. They're having trouble getting to Ryan, so rather than trying to squeeze him out of a narrow opening, they're going to go ahead. The car is already destroyed, so they're going to go ahead and try to pull the roof off so they can pull him out of the car without having any problems with getting him against some of this sharp metal in the narrow areas.
Yeah, I think if they had some injuries they thought that were serious, that they need to get him out quickly, they would be doing a lot quicker job here. But now they're just going to be methodical, knowing that he's okay. They can be very methodical about how they take this roof off and get Ryan out of the car without causing any further injury.
We were so hoping we would escape the big one. This is not a big one in terms of numbers of cars, but in terms of the violence of the rollover by Ryan Newman, the contact. And we'll show you again what happened here to bring out this caution. Watch here. There's the Ryan Newman's car. Tony Stewart there, his teammate.
You can see Tony Stewart was running up on the car in front of him, and instead of hitting, he rolled out of the throttle, and Ryan Newman had a big run. And when he kind of saw what was happening, he had to turn left, and that shot him across in front.
He was actually getting a little bit of a shove from Marcus Ambrose, too.
Yep.
Almost all the cars were touching going down the backstretch.
Now watch Marcus Ambrose's onboard camera as the 39 car comes across in front of him.
See right here, he gets that.
The
second hit, that shot him over in front of the 29, and then when he got turned around backwards when the car lifted off. See, that bump there, that turned Tony.
Wow.
You can see the car up in the air down on the inside. Unbelievable.
Lands upside down on the hood of the 29 car of Kevin Harvick. Now watch it as it happened in real time. Now the roof being peeled away, sheet metal peeled back. They've cut some of the support bars. They have an area behind Talladega Speedway where they have cars that they have specifically built to train these guys to do this. There's the last bar being cut. They fold it back, and now they should be able to get, and Ryan Newman climbing out. How about that?
Wow. What a great sight that is.
Wow, how safe are these race cars that NASCAR has these teams built now? Got a little mud on him, but otherwise none the worse for wear.
That's good to see.
Yeah, when you got to dust the grass off of you, and that's the worst thing, that's a pretty good day. So unfortunately, he did a great job all day long. Just getting down here to the end of the race and time to go.
Again, here's the accident. 5 laps to go at Talladega. Chain reaction. The 14 Gets in the wall 39, contact with a 29, and suddenly he is airborne and comes to rest right on the hood of the 29 car of Harvick right there. And then across the racetrack, the pirouette and the roll. Well, Elliott Sadler did a nice job to get his car woe down and not just hit that 39 coming up across the racetrack.
Sure did.
We told you at the beginning of the day how difficult it is for the wives to watch their husbands get in these cars and risk it all at 200 miles an hour. This is Ryan Newman's car coming to rest, and there's his wife, Chrissy Newman. She was headed back to the care center immediately to be able to be there when her husband arrived. And there he is climbing out of the car just moments ago, Ryan Newman, and this crowd appreciating not only what these drivers do, but how safe these cars really are. Under a red flag at Talladega, Ryan Newman walks away. We'll come back with a restart in just a moment.
At the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, Amp Energy 500, race 7 in the chase for the Sprint Cup. A red flag with just 3 laps to go. The remains of Ryan Newman's car being hauled away. Newman getting turned upside down on the back straightaway, and after some time extricated from his car just fine and walked away from the machine. Normally we think of the big wreck at Talladega as involving 15 or 20 cars. This one only involved 5, but it definitely qualifies as a big wreck. In the pit studio, Alan Bestwick, Rusty Wallace, Brad Daugherty, and Ray Evernham. You saw Tony Stewart's car, Kevin Harvick's car, Marcos Ambrose's car, Elliott Sadler's also involved in that wreck, plus the car of Ryan Newman. So we sit under the red flag with 3 laps of racing left to go. For these guys that are out there, they've been going at it all day. Now they've got to hit the reset button, and all the marbles are on the line. Now what?
Now it's game on. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we saw with 25 laps to go, they felt like they had to go then with 25. Now they've only got 3 laps to go. Hey, they're going to be on the throttle hard. They know they're out of time now. They got to make something happen. And I really think we're going to see one whale of a finish again and maybe another wreck. I hope not, but it's got all the makings of it.
One of our top stories of the day, Jimmie Johnson, the championship leader, been employing the hang back at the back of the pack strategy. He's still toward the back of the pack as we sit under this red flag 22nd spot. Brad, how's this unfold for him?
You know, he has advanced, though. He's come up. He's moved himself up about 6 spots. He drove through this wreck. Watch this. He's right here sitting behind Martin Truex, cruising along. He sees Ambrose and Harvick and Ryan Newman go left, and he just cruises right through, doesn't get into him too hard. So he's moved up to 22nd position, and there's a lot of racing left. Even though there's only 6 laps, there's going to be another one, I think, and he's going to move up even further.
He could still easily get a top 10 out of this thing. Ray, Jamie McMurray leads, Matt Kenseth second, Casey Kane third, Jeff Gordon sits in 5th. You're the crew chief of one of these cars. You call your guy down pit road, or does he have what he's going to have?
No, I think that there's not enough time left to come down pit road. If he's not run through any debris and your car's good, you got to leave him out. Spoke to Steve Letarte this morning. He said if they could come out of here within double digits of Jimmie Johnson, that would be a good day for them. So they're in pretty good shape to do that if Jimmie can't get through with 3 laps to go.
If Jimmie can't get through with 3 laps to go.
Wow.
Wow.
Woo.
You know, you talk about the safety designed into these cars and so on. Well, Ryan Newman not only took the big backflip and landed on the roof, then hit the wall, then tumbled a few times and had a couple of hard hits on his way down the banking. Pretty remarkable that they still had to cut that cage to get him out of the car, that it held that much.
You get out, you just say thank you, NASCAR, because that's a safe race car.
All right, so the red flag has just been withdrawn, and the field beginning to roll under the caution. And Vince, the work to repair Tony Stewart's car begins.
Yes, Tony Stewart, the car owner for Ryan Newman, but sustained pretty significant damage in his own right. The right front damage in the rear as well. And then also when Tony came to the garage, his brake pedal went all the way to the floor, so he thought maybe that a brake line was cut as well. So the team has been investigating. They've not been able to work on the car until actually the red flag is removed. And Tony definitely wants to get back out there, even though there are only a few laps left, because at Talladega you never know what may happen in these final laps, and you may be able to pick up a couple of extra spots and some extra points, Doc.
So they work on the 14 car, and after a 12-minute and 35-second red flag, they are rolling the cars here under the caution flag. Now, some of these guys did not top off before, so including the 88 car of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Going to wonder how close he may be on fuel. He's being shown right now back in the 8th position. There is Dale Jr., the 5-time Talladega winner.
Saw Jamie McMurray and Matt Kenseth running right on the apron. That would tell me that they're running a little bit low on fuel and want to make sure that they don't let the fuel get away from the pickup. See quite a few other cars there too. Mark Martin, one of those. Kyle Busch.
So we mentioned McMurray has not won a race since Daytona in July of 2007. That's 85 races ago.
The most vulnerable part of this, as far as the fuel situation, is on the restart. That's when that car is going to be more than likely going to stumble. Got to be watching for that, and other cars that even are not worried about fuel have to be watching for other cars that may stumble in front of them. They are getting the one to go as they go by the flag.
Let's go back and show you why we had the red flag in the most violent crash of the day with 5 laps to go. There's the impact by the 14 car, 39 around, and watch the 39 car lift. See Harvick on the binders. Look at the 19 car of Elliott Sadler up high, just jumping on the brakes to keep from his car. He had led numerous laps here today. The 47 of Ambrose sliding by. He contacts the outside wall.
Now you saw the roof flaps deploy on the 39, but it still, with that angle that it had, it still got up in the air. Let's get down and talk to Jamie, who's got Ryan Newman.
And Ryan Newman has been released. Ryan, first of all, from your head to your toes to your fingers, what are you feeling physically?
Sore. Just really disappointed. I mean, we had this race back here in the spring and complained about cars getting airborne, and now, ironically, I'm the guy that gets upside down and have a roll bars down on top of my helmet and stuck upside down on top inside my U.S. Army Chevrolet. So it's just disappointing. I mean, I wish NASCAR would do something. It was a boring race for the fans. You know, that's not something anybody wants to see. At least I hope not. If they do, go home, because you don't belong here. And just, you know, a product of this racing and what NASCAR's put us into with this box, with these restrictor plates, with these types of cars, you know, with the yellow line, with no bump draft and no passing. And drivers used to be able to respect each other and race around each other. Richard Petty, David Pearson, Bobby Allison, all those guys have always done that. And I guess they don't think much of us anymore.
Ryan, when you were upside down, you didn't respond to your team right away. Can you take us through those moments?
No, I knocked the antenna off the car. When they rolled the car back over, the antenna wire connected, and I criticized what was going on, but it just is no fun. I mean, it's disappointing. There's no good part of it. I mean, it's not a good race for the fans, and that's the bottom line. So we're trying to service as the fans, and you know, they can stand up and cheer when there's 3 to go with a green-white checker, but that's not racing. It's supposed to be racing all day long, and I think we've lost a little bit of that luster.
Ryan, what was it like to walk back here in the medical center and see your wife, Chrissy? We talked about it before the race.
I'm just glad to see her. I mean, it's emotional, just like we talked about, but it's not the way I wanted to see her after the race. And you know, just got to thank Butler Built, Simpson Race Products, all the people, all the guys at the shop, that, you know, Hendrick Chassis, what they do to make the race car safer. When I had the roll cage landing on my head, I was a little worried, and you know, I was happy to be able to walk out of that in a roundabout way.
Ryan, we're really glad he's with us. He's okay, Doc.
Ryan Newman upset about the day, about the wreck, and angry about the day. The 5 car has come on the pit road. The 88 car has pitted. The 24 car was out of gas and was getting a push by the wrecker to come back around. There's a 24 car of Jeff Gordon.
We've got another car that's just about stopped past the start-finish line. It's the 13 car Max Pappas.
So these guys were really close on fuel anyway. They thought they could make it, but now with the green-white checkered, and Montoya, we are being told, out of fuel.
Yeah, they were going to try to get this race started, but these cars keep running out of fuel.
Boy, this all helps Jimmy Johnson, the 5 and the 20. Well, the 24 particularly having to be helped around. The 42 now, he's able to come down. Johnson was being shown in 22nd position. And now, right now, Jimmy Johnson has moved up to 16th because of some of these guys that have come on pit road to top off.
It's going to be an interesting finish here with these cars low on fuel.
Yeah, it is that, and Jimmy Johnson, he needs to just make sure he finishes this race, because he's in a position to gain points in a day that he was just hoping not to lose too many.
RPM's up. Let's get doing. You got pressure for sure. For sure. We got pressure. Okay. All right. Let's go. Watch your speed. Watch your speed. Watch your speed.
Okay, what they were doing there, they had a bottle of fuel in that cowl opening. They were putting raw fuel down in the carburetor. That's what was keeping the car running, and they weren't going to let Jeff go until he saw fuel pressure on his gauge. And that's what David Stremmy's not seeing right now. He's out of fuel. Now they're not going. NASCAR's going to leave the caution out.
They have called off the green flag, and what a tough break for David Stremme. So we will have in just a moment the 5th green-white checkered in 2009, and it should be a wild one here at Talladega. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series chase for the Sprint Cup, and the ticket of the chase, we're going to be in Texas Motor Speedway, deep in the heart of Texas, next week on Sunday afternoon, 2:30 Eastern Time. Then to the Mile in the Desert, Phoenix International Raceway, and it all comes down to a championship weekend, Homestead Miami Speedway, on November 22nd, all live right here on ABC. They will crown a NASCAR champion, possibly a page being written in the NASCAR history books as Jimmie Johnson can win his 4th consecutive championship in a row. And all these drivers peeling off guys to get fuel is really helping the 48 car.
Yeah, you see Matt Kenseth had to go down pit road this time.
One attempt at a green-white checkered flag.
Okay, now you see Jamie McMurray was actually the leader.
And John Andretti, he's out of fuel up on the high side.
Jamie McMurray was the leader, and you saw Brian Vickers beat him to the start-finish line.
See him lined up on the inside of Casey Kane, Joey Logano.
See, Vickers does give the spot back.
There's Greg Biffle right behind them.
3 of the last fall races here, 4 fall races. The winner has taken the lead on the final lap. They will come down for the white flag this time. Look at the damaged 2 car of Kurt Busch back there.
Oh, they're still beating and banging. Here comes Keselowski.
He's not afraid to beat and bang. We know that.
How about Carl Edwards, who made that charge on the final lap in April? He's up high.
Got a long way to go, and they're coming to the white flag.
Yeah.
Oh, here goes Kurt Busch around.
Oh.
Crash behind you. Crash.
Oh,
Mark's upside down.
Mark Martin is over on his roof.
Back on his wheel.
Into the wall. Casey Mears, Rudiman is there. Reagan is there. Robbie Gordon, Jeff Gordon.
See Montoya driving through the grass.
And the white flag and the yellow flag are waving.
Martin still driving this car.
Martin coming from his roof, and there's the damaged 2 car sitting on the apron. Jeff Gordon trying to limp back.
Yeah.
Mark Martin trying to get that car to move, and it will not move.
Now it's got some ruptured lines, it looks like.
And Jamie McMurray would be the winner here at Talladega. Now they will have to go back, NASCAR has to go back and look at the video. They do not use scoring loops on the final lap. They go back and look at the actual video. But McMurray at the age of 33 gets his first win in 85 races.
We're going to make it. Be sure to make it back, dude.
That is if he makes it back.
Yeah, still got to make it to the finish line.
Yeah.
Right now they're showing Casey Kane in second, Logano third, Biffle and Jeff Burton in the top 5.
Looks like he is going to make it to the finish line, Jamie McMurray.
So the first Ford win here in 21 races. The last Ford to win here, Dale Jarrett, in October of 2005. But now it is Jamie McMurray in victory lane as a winner at Talladega.
Unofficially, looks like maybe Casey Kane will finish second. Joey Logano around third.
Great job.
Greg Biffle did a great job. Jeff Burton up maybe somewhere around the 5th spot, as NASCAR, as Doc said, will have to go back to the loops and see exactly where everyone was when the caution was displayed.
Mark Martin was hoping to have a top 5. You see the damage car on the 00, but Mark Martin was hoping to have a top 5. And they've helped him get out of the car. There's the 2 car being worked on. Let's show you again here, coming down for the white flag out of turn 4.
Looks like Keselowski got into the 2 a little too hard, but Jimmie Johnson just in front of that 82 car, you can see, sneaks by there, along with Michael Waltrip.
Looks like Keselowski was actually getting a little bit of a shove from behind, too, from Brian Vickers. Kind of a stack up that caused it.
And Mark Martin went completely over on his roof, back over on the wheels, came and hit the outside wall and slid down across the grass. Right now we're showing Mark Martin in 29th position. a lap down.
You know, what a great job by Jamie McMurray all day, though. He played the game right. He just waited until it was time. He had a fast race car. You can see here once again, as Kurt Busch gets turned, man, it looked like he was going to make something out of a very frustrating day also.
In the mirror here, in the mirror. 09 just wrecked us.
This all happened just behind Jimmy Johnson. Now watch what Mark Martin saw as he was riding here to come take the white flag.
Watch the one coming down.
Oh, man. Yeah, you can't watch something like that. You could hear him say, watch the one coming down, but no time.
Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s onboard camera here on the final lap.
Say hi, come on.
Goodness gracious life.
You saw Truex's one car just clip the right rear quarter panel of the 5 car. And there is the 26 car, Jamie McMurray. His 3rd career win. What a day for McMurray, the crew, and crew chief Donnie Wingo. Let's go down there.
And Donnie getting a lot of congratulations from all his competitors. Just like you planned it, right?
Yeah, kind of. You know, it worked. The race kind of played out like we wanted it to. We kind of fell back there at the beginning because it just seems like we can go to the front here. And the last time we got caught up 7 laps in, and today we decided to start at the back and just work our way up toward the end. And there at the end, got to the front when we needed to, and he was able to hold them off. But man, that was the longest 5 laps I've ever spent, I believe, down here at the end. It was getting close on fuel. Just got to thank all those guys back at the shop. It's a brand new car we brought down here. So, I mean, it's a good job on those guys' part, just everybody on this team. You know, we're over in Industrial Tools, everybody involved. Just appreciate everybody.
Everybody holds their cards so tight, Donnie. Did you know the car was this good?
Yeah, I mean, we felt like the car was pretty good in practice. You know, we kind of stayed out of everything in practice because you know how it is here. You know, you got what you got when you get here. And like I say, we built a new car here, and those guys did a good job on it, and here we are.
What they had was pretty darn good, guys.
It is all about a game of inches here at Talladega. So much speed, so many cars just inches apart. And there's the winner, Jamie McMurray. 17th race, and we've had a lead change on the white on the last lap for the win. Now watch Jimmy Johnson there, bottom of your screen, right in front of this crash.
Yeah, he's just in front of this as it just breaks loose right behind him. You can see the 82 car, Scott Speed, was right on Jimmy's bumper, and he got a big part of this.
So the in the clutch move of the day here, the Gillette in the clutch moment goes to the 48 car because in the previous wreck, the wreck that involved the 39 car, he was able to get by and miss it.
You have to say this strategy that Jimmy Johnson used all day long played into his hands.
By virtue of watching what he does in this wreck when it all breaks loose. Up high, somehow able to get around. And of course, by being up there, he was in front of the next wreck. And to find out how your favorite athletes prepare for success, go to ESPN.com, search Locker Room Report. Well, look at the shredded tires on the side of that 26 car for McMurray. Now this car is going away for 2010. They were trying to maybe sell this car, probably sell the operation to somebody else. Jack Roush having to pare down to 4 cars. Word was McMurray still unconfirmed with a place to drive next year. And obviously this day has got to help those efforts immensely.
Certainly doesn't hurt things when you're out there shopping your name and your resume around. Hey, I just won Talladega, so has to open some eyes of the owners out there that have opportunities to get a driver.
Well, lots of motorsports coming your way here. We've got some NHRA drag racing, the Lucas Oil Las Vegas National, 7:30 Eastern time tonight on ESPN2. NASCAR now will wrap up what has been a wild one at Talladega tonight at 10 o'clock Eastern time. And of course, next week, the NASCAR Nationwide Series deep in the heart of Texas at noon Eastern time Saturday on ESPN2. And the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, Dickies 500 on ABC right here next Sunday at 2:30 Eastern time. Let's visit with Jeff Gordon. Vince.
Jeff just climbed out of his car, surveyed the damage on the front nose. A lot of damaged race cars down here in the garage area. How would you describe what we just saw there at the finish?
It's no surprise to me. I mean, I think we all know that's what's going to happen when we come to Talladega. You know, everybody's pretty patient throughout the day and just waiting to get crazy at the end. You know it's going to happen eventually, but a little disappointing for us with the DuPont Chevrolet just because we ran out of fuel. You know, I felt like we saved a lot. I certainly didn't think we were gonna run out right then, but I guess I'm kind of glad we ran out when we did, because we were at least able to get back out there and destroy our car.
Jeff Gordon, frustrating finish today, Doc.
We told you he had not had a top 10 finish on a plate track after he is the all-time winningest driver in restrictor plate racing with 12 wins, but it had been over 10 races. Another surprise winner. We saw one in April, and a big surprise and a big celebration, I gotta believe, for Jamie McMurray, the winner here at Talladega.
While he was sitting in the car, Jamie McMurray said, man, I cannot wait to get out of this car. You also said you couldn't wait to do a burnout, but before that, you had to make it back to that finish line. What was that last lap like for you, knowing that you were so short on fuel?
Well, I saw the guys wreck behind me, and I didn't know if you had to take the white in order for I wasn't real sure what the rules were, and the 9 went to the outside because he saw the same issue, but I just moved up and kind of tried to block him, and then as soon as I crossed the start-finish line, I shut the engine off and pushed the clutch in and coasted around as far as I could. So what an exciting day. We had a lot of fans out here today, certainly thanks to them. Irwin Tools, this is my 2 Irwin races are cup races I won with Roush. Had them with the Irwin Marathon car, and it's unfortunate for Crown Royal because they've been such a great sponsor, but certainly thanks to everyone at Irwin and Crown Royal, Coca-Cola, Kraft. It's been a long time since I've won, and I will assure every fan out there that I appreciate this as much as anybody. So thanks to all my fans that have stuck with me, and I just can't believe it's here again.
Jamie, we're very happy for you. Obviously a finish that you wanted. Let's talk about the racing, though. Somewhat different of a race that we saw at Talladega today. NASCAR said no bump drafting in the corners. What were your thoughts on today's race?
Well, the bump drafting, it happens at the end anyway, but it's good that the guys are able to get off of you. When you're the guy that's actually doing the bump drafting, you don't want to get off because the cars have so much grip and the track has so much grip that, dude, thank you so much.
Greg Biffle, teammate.
Thank you very much, Biff. That you don't really have to get off of them, so it's a little bit different than Daytona. And then I couldn't believe the single file that we had. And when I was leading that deal at the end, I knew that there would be an inside road that would come up and challenge us. But very exciting for me there.
What a great shot in the arm for Jamie McMurray, guys.
All right, so Jimmy Johnson has gotten through Talladega in great fashion. Your points lead is now 187. You okay with that?
I am good with that. That is a good number. Hopefully we're 6th the way this thing is scored. I know some guys at the end were trying to make up some spots when the yellow was out, which wasn't cool, but we made it. I mean, I really have to give Chad credit for coming in and pitting and putting fuel in the car. And that's what set us up for this great finish and to be far enough ahead on the racetrack that I wasn't caught up in that big wreck.
Can you believe that? Again?
No, I can't. And I mean, I was really, really concerned under the red flag for Newman's crash and was like, what do I do? How do I get to the front? And Chad said, man, these guys might run out of gas. And I didn't want to believe too much in that because, you know, we're 25th and I don't want to hope for something that's not going to take place. But I started running out of gas and there's another car and then a 24 and then the 5 hits pit road and I'm like, man, this isn't Halloween. This is an early Christmas present. So we got through here well. Did not expect that. With a green-white checkered restart, I thought we were in the 20s at best, and we came home with the top 10.
The magic of the 48 in the chase continues. Jimmy Johnson comes home with the top 10. Jamie?
And we saw Mark Martin flipping down the front straight there. He has been checked out and released. Mark, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What happened? What did you see?
Nothing.
Sky and all kinds of things. Was it typical Talladega race?
It was just a wreck. I hope everybody enjoyed the show there. I don't know what it looked like. It looked pretty exciting from my viewpoint there, but you know, I have no idea. I don't have a clue. Don't know what happened out there. So I don't know. Congratulations to Jamie McMurray. And that's about all I know about the whole race. I'll find out later, I guess. I don't know what happened.
All right, Mark Martin had a top 5 run going there. He ends up, he continues to be second in points right now, Alan, but he's a ways back.
Because of the accident in the green-white checkered, NASCAR has to go back and double-check the scoring. So the unofficial points, based off the unofficial finishing order, Jimmy Johnson leads Mark Martin by 187. Jeff Gordon, 204. Pablo Montoya, 245. Tony Stewart, 279. Let's see. Those guys finished. Johnson 6th. Martin 29th. Gordon 24th. Montoya 21st. Stewart 35th. And this was after Jimmy Johnson rode around in the back all day.
Amazing. I couldn't believe he rode around all day long, and it worked out for him. He skirted all the bullets, and it turned out great for Johnson and Jamie McMurray. Congratulations, McMurray.
Yeah, congratulations to Jamie McMurray. What'd I tell you boys last week at Martinsville? What'd I tell you about Jimmy Johnson?
Said it was over.
What'd I tell you?
Congratulations, Jimmy, and Jimmy beat our odds today, guys.
Yep, sure did.
He sure did. They arrive in 2 days. Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central here on ABC. So, Jamie McMurray celebrating in Talladega's victory lane. Jimmy Johnson survives the wild card race, expands his championship lead, and now it's on to Texas for the next race in the chase.
Next week in the chase. The chase continues. This has been a special presentation of ESPN on ABC.